Okay. Here we are. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's alright. I had one hell of a week with lots of hospital visits, ambulances, and just one of those horrible weeks that you want to forget pretty much. And Tasso, can you send over some KFC, please? I'd like to have a little bit. Did you buy a bucket? I haven't had KFC in a long time. It's that thing that I kind of eat once a year or something. So there we go. Thanks for the audio check. And here we go. Here, KFC was. There used to be KFCs everywhere in Montreal, and they all kind of shut down. There's just a few left. It's getting like super expensive, and for some reason it isn't the same as when I was younger. I don't know if it's the process, the way they're cooking it, they're doing it now. It's not the same. Last time I had KFC was, I don't know, I guess a year ago, something like that. It's a once a year thing for me. There we go. Shipping to Canada. There's we have Canada Post's strike. They've been on strike for almost a month now, and it doesn't look like it's gonna be worked out anytime soon. So there are some guys that if you are ordering radios that are shipped to Canada, if they use a shipping company that actually handles the shipping and gives it over to Canada Post, what happens is that they say, no, we're not taking any packages anymore, and the radios and the packages are being sent back to the shipper. So it happened apparently quite a few times with XH Data, where radios were sent back here in Canada. I've read a few reports of people saying they didn't receive, they actually received a notice that the radio was sent back to XH Data. So, and it all has to do with Canada Post, which is not much of a problem for me because I pretty much have nothing that ever comes in from Canada Post. So let's start. I guess now we can start the show. Welcome aboard, everybody. Nice to have you here. This is, of course, the weekly show that we have on Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. It's a show about radio, and hopefully you will have some fun. So we talk about, shortwave radio, radio in general, radio of all sorts. We talk about new radios that you can get, like this XH Data D221. You talk about all sorts of things, SDRs, whatever. We just have fun with radio and have fun tuning to bands, checking out what's all around, and checking out a lot of stuff. I'm going to talk about a utility list that I have downloaded today, which is pretty much one of the best utilities listing. It's 1,100 pages long, and it's the utdxf.de listing. And I mean, this thing is huge. And if you're looking for anything on starting way down to the very low frequencies, like 7, 10, 12 kilohertz, all the way up, the lowest frequency entry is 11.91 kilohertz, to give you an idea. And it's a Russian alpha navigational system, it says here. And of course, that utility list goes all the way up to the 20. So we got up to. So the listing goes up to. Let's just go here, up to the way of 30 megahertz close. Let me just check it out. Anyways, we'll talk about that. Very interesting list. This list actually shows you that there's a lot of stuff on the utility bands. A lot. And that it should be noted that, it's a question of being there at the right place at the right time. And so maybe it could be a little bit of a subject today, utility listening, which completes, we talk about how, well, the international broadcast bands might be dead in some part of the world. But I'll tell you one thing, and there's so much other stuff out there that's kind of cool to listen to. So we'll be checking that out. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. We often talk about my name because Gilles is, there's no soft G in English language. It's like it's Jack and Jill, which Jill is probably the closest thing that I often talk about when people wonder how to pronounce my name. But it's it's Gilles, because it's a French name. And so it's always kind of funny to hear people, mention my name. Like some of you must find it real funny or weird the way that I pronounce your name in the chat rooms also. So anyways, my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. We northeast part of North America. We are here to entertain. It is right now -7 degrees Celsius, which I don't know. Guess it's somewhere in the 20s, upper 20s maybe. And so not even upper 20s, like 20s, just somewhere in the 20s. If someone wants to convert. -7.1 exactly right now. We have some snow on the ground. It is white. Not a lot of it, but just enough. And we're supposed tonight to start some snow in the evening tonight and have about 4 or 5 inches of snow through the night until tomorrow morning. So the worst part of it is I thought, well, we're December 7th. And now we'll have another 5-inch. I guess it's safe to say that we'll be okay for a white Christmas. But turns out that, nope. It's going to go back up, and the snow will possibly melt. Something is tickling me. Sorry, guys. So anyways, it's kind of, we're not sure we're going to have a white Christmas yet. So I'm going to have a little drink here. This is my drink, vodka cranberry juice. Cheers, everybody. Will be the drink of choice tonight, and hope everybody enjoys the show. There's a chat room, wonderful people in the chat room here, which is really, really cool. It's one of those, man, I don't know if it's Paul the Cat. I bet Paul the Cat. I think I got Paul the Cat hair everywhere. Sorry. So there's a beautiful chat room where everybody can join. Wonderful people here that are here helpful, fun, and I mean, we have a great group. This is, I say it all the time, that we have one of those groups that's just fantastic, polite and just good cheer. And I mean, we do have the best radio group here, and it's fun because I mean, we are here to have fun together in a hobby that is essentially something very solitary. We're alone in our little rooms, in our basement, in our radio shack, in our man cave, and we often don't have anybody to really share anything with. So here is the occasion. We share among us our passion for radio and just have a lot of fun. And so it's kind of cool, and hope that everybody enjoys the show today. Once this is over, we have a Facebook group, which is also a great place to be, where there's a lot of activity. People share what they're listening to, and it's the continuation of the activity of the live show. So it kind of a complete circle where people can share stuff and have fun. And I think once again, it's just a lot of cool, fun things. Great people, and it makes you more active. One of the things I noticed a lot, and I like the people that are on the Facebook group that share what they're listening to, because I noticed that there's a lot of people that are there. They have their radios, but they're somehow not sure where or to tune to something, what to listen to. We talk about shortwave schedules online. Shortwave schedules online are great, but you gotta read them. And one of the things is that a lot of the shortwave schedules are not necessarily that easy to understand. We talk about EIBI space, which is my favorite. Well, the EIBI space it's a list, and it has abbreviations, and it's kind of a complex thing to learn when you don't know what it all means. And even websites like short-wave.info are more user friendly, but they're still kind of mysterious, And sometimes people don't know exactly, because one of the things I see on shortwave.info is people going there saying, "Oh, I can't find the station I'm listening to. I'm on 11502," and you're like, "Well, I would guess it's probably 11500 or 11505 you're listening to." And often, sometimes the way that it's done, it's like if you enter 502, it might not give you anything. And so people get a little, they're kind of surprised. They're like, "Well, there's nothing there, and I don't get it." And not counting the fact, one of the things I've seen recently a lot, there are some receivers, like portable receivers, often have images in the lower frequencies. Like most Texan XH data radio, if you tune like between 2,000 and 3,000 kilohertz, you'll notice that you'll hear stuff, and sometimes the scan stops there for something that you hear, and people try to search what is it, but there's no broadcast you'll hear in that range. So often it's because it's images, the radios are overloaded, or because of design, the radio has a few image of some medium wave broadcast, or maybe powerful shortwave broadcasts. Another example is the SDR play devices, the RSPDX, RSP1A, 1B, tend to sometimes take a signal from shortwave and have an image in the lower part below 4,000 kilohertz. These are things you got to learn, and of course it's not a given. You hear something on 2730, you don't have all the knowledge I got. So for you, it's like, oh, there's a station on 2730, and you're going to try to search for what it is. And then you can find any info, and you get on a group. It's like, well, I'm hearing something in Spanish on 2730, and then you got to explain, well, there's no signal there that in Spanish. You're probably getting an image, and you got to explain, what an image is. It's a mixing product within the receiver most of the time for some reason in the design. That's why the difference between high-end radios often and lower-end portables, where a radio like my Yaesu FTDX10 or my ICOM will not have that problem because of the design. of the receiver. Although there's other things that can come into factor. Medium wave stations might have images or harmonics. So, you know, a station on 1200 might actually show up on 2400 because it's twice the frequency. It's an harmonic that could be there. So, you know, the knowledge is important. It's not always easy to get in there, and that's where you've got to, you know, understand what's happening with the receiver. And often a lot of other things happen. There's overload of receivers. Most portable will overload at some point on some ranges, depending where you are. Here in Montreal, my biggest problem is WWCR. WWCR packs a really strong signal, 4840, 5935. And those actually mix in sometimes on a lot of the portables on some nights if I put the MLA30, for example, an external antenna. Well, because it's so powerful that it overloads the receiver and it starts mixing WWCR with every other broadcast on the 49-meter band. These are things that happen on pretty much you know, most portables. Portables have this flaw, if you can say, because of one thing that is different from, you know, tabletop receivers that are high-end radios. In a radio like my Yaesu or my Icom, you are expected to have a big antenna on those. They are made to accept antennas that will bring a tremendous amount of signals. So they've been designed to cope with that. They've been designed that, well, even if WWCR comes in real strong, the circuit is capable of just, like, you know, holding it down and not having it spread across other signals on the radio. But on portables, that doesn't happen most of the time because you get the images or the mixing products because they're made to be used primarily on their telescopic antenna. Even though they have an external antenna jack, most portables are sensitivity are pushed to the max to maximize what you'll hear on the telescopic. So that's why they're pretty good on telescopic most of the time. But what happens? That also means that put a wire into that thing or put an MLA30 on it, and you might actually be going over the limit of the receiver itself. And that's why a lot of receivers, small portables, have a DX and a local switch. Because if you are overloaded, then you put the radio into local, and that actually attenuates everything. So the overload is gone. Some have an RF gain. There are a few radios that do have a little RF gain button, like the Sangean ATS 909X series have an RF gain. So this, of course, it helps the receiver because you can just play with the RF gain. The new Texan S2200X has an RF gain button and attenuation. Why? Because, you know, in cases of strong signals, it's probably going to overload. So all of these things, you know, the knowledge you need to enjoy the hobby and know what is what and where it is and what's true and what's not. Imagine all the knowledge that you have to acquire in order to eventually become, you know, good at it. So it's funny. But it's super interesting, and it's a learning curve, and that you need to actually go with. Just gonna check something here. Yeah. Okay. So you know, it's a learning curve, and you've got to deal with it. So it's part of the radio hobby. So let's say hello to everybody. Jay Watterson69, nice to have you on board, my friend. London 19657, nice to have you here. And says about 3 radios in last week, thanks to you. So, well, I guess a lot of people are buying radios. So it's Christmas, you know. Yeah, you got to buy radios. Masters Players Radio and Television, WA5107 SWL. Nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana, Bobby. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey. KD2GUZ. Torben Ervinson, nice to have you here from Norway. Matt in Denver, Colorado, nice to have you on board. MDK2. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, Cole, New Jersey. KC2TEL. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board. Rob, nice to have you here from Phoenix, Arizona. JDA Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. What else do we have? We have Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, 46 Fahrenheit over there. We have DX Swinger, nice to have you on board. Cold and cloudy southeast Pennsylvania. René Charbonnier, nice to have you on board. Been a long time. And greetings. Nice to have you here from the Netherlands. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here in North Illinois. We have Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board from a very stormy Devon. Yeah, I saw something because they were talking about. I was looking at the news and I saw that there's something happening, which I figured must be a big storm. And, yeah, you guys got one just what, a week, 2 weeks ago. So you guys are getting pretty strong storms. Hope everything's all right. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from chilly Florida. Tasso, nice to have you on board. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que ça va bien, nice to have you here. And Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. TVDXer, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board too. What else do we have? Rob's Radio Channel, big storm tonight. Yeah, you guys in the UK seem to have a big storm. Stay safe. Jerry Hart, nice to have you on board from Niagara Falls, New York. We have Inventor Kamal, nice to have you here from India. Pretty cool. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board from Central Virginia. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Jerry Hart, Popeyes is better. I've never had that. I don't even know if we have those here in Canada. Blogger Die had KFC in New Zealand last month. Not that great. Yeah, well, last time I had it, like last year, I didn't find it fantastic. MDK2, fry my own chicken from time to time. Sometimes it comes out really well. Other times it's burnt. Haven't quite mastered the technique there. I've never done. You know, I got a fryer, and I only do one thing in it, and once a year, and I just actually did it a week ago. 2 weeks ago. Donuts. And usually for the Christmas holiday, I make donuts because it reminds me of my mom when she was making donuts. But I don't make anything else. Usually I, put it away and don't do anything. So maybe I should try some homemade fried chicken. What else do we have? Like I said, here in Montreal, the KFCs have all shut down. There used to be 3 of them in a very, very close walking distance from here. And every year that I would order, one would be gone. And so all 3 of them are gone now. I know there's still a few left, but last time I checked, I wanted to order online. And when I checked, when I put my address, it told me no, there was no delivery to where I lived. I was like, what? That's weird. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. And 5 KVO from cold and rainy South Texas. David P. Miller, nice to have you here from Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Angpar, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. And what else do we have? WF7I Umbro. Nice to have you on board from Virginia. Now putting a Delta loop for 80 meters. Thank you for the donation, by the way, by PayPal. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. And yeah, like I said, it was a very, very complex week this week with a lot of hospital visits. I had to call an ambulance, you know, as a caregiver. I mean, I've seen my share of hospitals this week. Can you tell me what is hitching here? I don't know if it's like a stuck cat air or something. Oh, man. Bob's Old Records. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? Deadwent. Nice to have you here. We have Shortwave Sarge. Nice to have you on board. Jean Arash says ordered an MLA30 and had it delivered by UPS. No problem. I wouldn't order from somewhere where they use Canada Post with no other option. Yeah, it's because some, even when you order from outside of Canada, some use, you know, like the U.S. Postal Service, which automatically will hand the package to Canada Post. So sometimes it happens like that. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. eFog3, nice to have you here from upstate New York. What else do we have? Yeah, the closest Zill would be kind of the closest. Jeff Chandler, nice to have you here from Durban. Really nice to have you on board from South Africa. Hank Parr says, wow, that is cold. It's 80 Fahrenheit in Los Angeles. Yeah, here it's kind of normal. That's the weather we expect in December. Matt says we're going to get snow on Monday. We got some a couple of weeks ago, but a big storm right on Election Day. Alan Howell, nice to have you here. With a soft G from West Quebec. Nice to have you here. Blogger 19.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. Hopefully the inside temperature is warm enough. Oh yeah, here it's okay. Here it's my weather system is saying a 19.7 Celsius, which is, well, something like 68 Fahrenheit inside. The problem here, and I'm gonna have to actually do something. I told you guys how I have my antennas cabling come through the window. And I've got 3 wires coming from outside. That means I leave the window open a little bit. So I have these foam, it's like the foam strips that I close the window on, which puts some insulation, even though the window stays open. And but I noticed this week on Wednesday we had the snow. There was a lot of wind. It was windy from that direction, from like the southwest. And I noticed that of all the rooms in the house, this room was colder than the others. So I'm going to have to try to complete, maybe putting duct tape over it to lessen the amount of cold air that comes in. Rusty B, nice to have you here. Bob's Old Records, Peaches the cat is with him. Cool. Hello, Peaches. Black and I being wonderful. Andy New, nice to have you on board. Glenn Danzler, nice to have you here. Unusually cold South Carolina. Sulaka Fernando, nice to have you on board. 4S6WAR. Welcome aboard. What else do we have? What else do we have? Pedro EB7BYH. Nice to have you on board from Spain. John Gary. Internal birdie is what we called him. Created by local oscillator in the radio. Yeah, but internal birdies are things that are created by the oscillator and the radio. But when you get an overload and you have new frequencies created, these are not birdies. These are really mixing products with the local oscillator, of the radio itself that introduces signals that are not there. When we talk about birdies on a radio, usually the birdies are always there. If you take out the antenna, you unplug the antenna, you unplug everything, you'll notice that the birdies still are there on specific frequencies. Where what I was talking about is really created by the internal circuitry because of an outside strong signal. The Facebook group, which is official SWL channel, for those that want to join in. More than 4,000 members now, which is pretty cool. So I think it's a great place to be, usually. And really nice to have people there. A lot of people joining in. Andrew Ross, my Texan PL 880 will overload in the higher shortwave bands if I have the long wire attached. Yeah, it happens. Most portables will, because of their sensitivity pushed to the max. What else do we have? Okay. Go. I go down here. There we go. Join more. Okay, where am I? Okay, this is good. Kamikaze 1976, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Hope you're well. Alabama Red, nice to have you here. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. Hey, Ham Radio Lady, the one that always has her live feed on YouTube with 6 meters. K6YYL, thank you. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board. I like that, Ham Radio Lady. Sounds distinguished. You know, I am the Ham Radio Lady. It's pretty cool. Nice to have you here. Nick Hansen, Mr. Kraft, nice to have you on board from Northern England. We have Rock and Rod, nice to have you here from Plattsburgh, New York. Plattsburgh. Used to be a time when I loved the days, the good old days when we didn't need any passports or anything to go in the U.S. Man, it was like I went to Plattsburgh so many times. It was like, you know, just out of the blue, me and my brother would like, hey, what are you doing today? It was like, you know, on Sundays, we'd like, so what are you doing? How about we go to Plattsburgh, New York? Okay, let's go to the States. Could spend an afternoon there and come back. Good old days. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Radio Red October, nice to have you here from Finland. Bob, nice to have you here from sunny San Diego and to DET. And cool to have all of you guys. James Binder, good afternoon. Nice to have you here. Richard Wagner says, I remember when I went to Toronto way back, there was a Swiss Chalet barbecue chicken place. It was pretty good. Yeah, we had those here in Montreal a long time ago. They were absorbed by the Harvey's chain of restaurants. And actually, for a while, the Harvey's, there's a Harvey not too far from here, which was a hybrid place. And they had both logos. So you could go there and either eat a hamburger from Harvey's, or you could eat the Swiss Chalet barbecue chicken, which I always found to be really good. And at some point, they stopped with the barbecue chicken. So I guess you can't get any Swiss Chalet anymore here in Montreal. And 7XAX, nice to have you here. John Beckham, how do I like my XH Data D221? Well, it's a nice little radio. Really nice little radio. I love the fact that it has the 7 NOAA weather channels. It is really good for that. And actually very sensitive to get these channels too. It has a few flaws. I mean, for the price, you can't. I have to put in perspective the performance versus the price when I review. And I mean, for the price, it receives shortwave decently well. It, of course, is very jam-packed when tuning because of the very small dial and wide range of frequencies they're giving you. And also the DSP tuning always makes it kind of weird, funny when you tune around. And there's, I got to hear some whining tones sometimes from the strong Montreal area stations on medium wave AM. Now, there's quite a few people that commented, and one actually guy commented and said it happens when some specific stations are in a certain distance from each other and that are powerful, which I guess is what is happening here in Montreal. But a lot of people have mentioned that in where they live, they haven't noticed the whistling. So it's really something about what's happening here much more. But overall, I do give it, you know, decent, good grades for what it is. And if you're looking for a little portable radio that has the NOAA weather channels, I mean, this thing is it's pretty nice. Comes in 3 colors. I had the green one, which is really nice, and I'm very happy, very happy. What also is nice is that for something that could be used as an emergency radio, you know, AA batteries. I mean, I think that's the best. You know, I always get people saying, well, you know, these batteries, the lithium-ion batteries are not difficult to find. It's like, yeah, try to find an 18650 when there's a power outage. Good luck. And, you know, and some people tell me, oh, go to a vape shop. I don't want to, you know, make any assumptions here, but I'm not sure everyone's comfortable going into a vape shop for batteries. You know, just saying. So that's why, you know, like I always say, no, look, especially for a radio, because I think this radio, the category of this radio is this, and I said in my review, every home in North America should have one of those. Why? Because you've got a radio in case of emergency, power outage, bad weather. You've got your NOAA weather channels. You can follow what's going to happen with the weather. And you've got the essentials of the AM, FM band and shortwave. AA batteries. And I mean, this thing is cool. It's a nice little portable. I think every home should have one of these. As simple as that. When there's an emergency, you need a radio. And a lot of people don't really, you know, a lot of people don't really realize it until there's no more power. Richard DeMyers, nice to have you on board from a little chilly 64 Fahrenheit, KO4OSA. Nice to have you here from Florida. Tony 318 will show you and come out with a new shortwave radio. Yeah, they are working on the LC100. I know that it's something that might actually be coming in 2025. And they're still tweaking the LC90. I am actually testing a special firmware. They actually were able to send me a specific firmware that is a test firmware for what's going to come up as 4.7, because they want to know if single sideband works well, and I have been able to see how RDS works on it. So I will actually, because of all my emergency ambulance and hospital stuff this week, I was unable to really focus on it and send in. I did get a message from Showing Radios today saying, like, so, you know, can you help us? And so I told him, like, you know, I'm going to send, like, later today, I'm going to, like, sit down and make a video that I'll keep private and show them single sideband and all of that, explain a few things. Trying to explain also if whatever they have to fix for the next firmware update. But yeah, the LC100 is still in the works. N7XAX says it's 10 degrees Celsius in Oregon. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from central Pennsylvania. Your long wire snapped with the storm last night. Yeah, and I hate that when it happens. Mine snapped last year when we had an ice storm. Just too much weight on the antenna. John Beckham says Santa brings a Quintescent DX286. That's cool. So you've been a good guy. Goran Balta, nice to have you on board from Belgrade, Serbia. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Different Gear TV. The only problem I have with the Quintescent is the kickstand. I feel like I'm going to break it. Yeah, well, I think it's a thing with most portables, especially the small ones. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. What else do we have? Let's go back up. Lost my spot. Okay. Here we go. So cool. The Quintescent DX286 is just amazing. Just amazing. Honestly, it's really, really amazing. That's why I love having my little, you guys have seen my little stands that I could put the radio in an angle directly on them, which a lot of people are asking me all the time. You know, where did you buy those? Well, they've been given to me by fans of my radio channel, you know. Halibut Merez says, I've had the new Deepelect DP666 for 2 weeks now. I have to say I'm quite impressed with it. Sensitivity and performance. So, maybe I should check it out. Check it out. So, here. I'm going to do this. Like this. There we go. Okay. Goran Balta says, are you catch UAM station power 9:27 a.m. from Milano? No, here in Montreal we don't hear these stations. Yeah, MDK2. It was kind of fun because, you know, out of the blue, you just like one day wanted to like, oh, let's go to the States. I mean, here the States are 60 minutes away by car. You just drive 60 minutes and you're in the States. Robert Guarino, does the Texan PL660 have a hidden squelch control? I don't think so. I don't think so. René Charbonnier, just a quick question. Here in the Netherlands, I hear a clock signal on 6911 upper sideband. Where does that come from? That's a good question. We hear a few of those that are kind of in some frequency range. I think 6779 is another one where if you listen, you hear it from about anywhere. Let me just check out if that list I've got here has anything on that. I'm going to go check. So where am I here? So you say it's 6911. Is there anything in this list on that frequency? So 676. Just you need to go to 6911. 68. Getting close. 50. 6911. I wonder if this list has anything on that. So 6911. 6911. And it's not CW, eh? Because here it says there's something out of Moscow. It would be the Moscow. It would be the Russian Air Force. But it says here it's a CW signal. And our house, there's a few stations from different parts of the world, a few from the U.S. National Guard, Civil Air Patrol. There's a Russian Air Defense on 6911.5. So, not sure. Not sure exactly what it could be. I'm gonna go to the U20 Netherlands website and listen to it, just out of curiosity. I think that's going to be something to check for. Vicky Pelletier, salut. Nice to have you on board. And 7XAX, I'm Victor, Echo 2, Zulu, Zulu, India. VE2ZZI. Jerry Hart. Yeah, well, they do have an enhanced driver's license here too in Quebec, but they've been saying that to go to the United States, it's not always accepted. So it's better to have a passport. What else? The one that I just showed, Matt, it's the XH Data D221, which is, I got the box here, with NOAA weather channels and everything. And here's the box. Not very expensive, and it's decent, really decent for what it is. Nice little portable, like the good old days. The only thing that shows you it's not the good old days. It's when you tune, it's kind of DSP. It's in steps. Human721, nice to have you on board. Welcome back after 3 years. Entry run, okay. Dan V, nice to have you on board from Ohio. Coastal Waves and Wires, nice to have you on board from Rhode Island. Going to do some DXing with my new Ratty Malahide DSP2 tonight. Cool. K4 OGO. Pretty cool. What else do we have? RGA Dakota says some better stands for the small portable radios can be found in some better bookstores. Lecterns use those for big books. Yeah, you can use different types of stands for. I've seen someone use a stand made for a tablet, which worked well. Derek, nice to have you on board, says Stalingrad clock on 6911. So I guess we've got an answer. Stalingrad clock 6911. That is interesting. You know, when I said at the beginning, tons of utilities and weird signals out there, really, really cool. So nice to have you on board, Derek from Cairo, Egypt. Really cool. Joseph E, nice to have you on board. From San Francisco Bay Area. Gonna cruise around and tuning the bands with my Texan PL680. And pretty cool. Some kind of pop music on 6090 right now. Strong signal into Spain. Yeah, you guys probably have a couple of local there. 6090. What's on 6090 according to EIBI Space? Let's check it out. 6090. We are at 2050. It's KBS World Radio that you probably be hearing in Arabic via the Wolverton UK transmitter site. Did it sound like Korean pop? I don't know what you do or you say. I don't know what you. Who are you exactly? So we're going to check out a little bit. So, like I was saying earlier, we have a lot of utility stuff. There's a signal that I want us to try, guys. If you want to hear a Russian spy number station, and it is in 8 minutes on 11551, but it says may not always transmit, so it might not be there. So 11551 upper sideband. It's a XBB, so it's a polytone number station from Russia. 11551 upper sideband. I don't know if we'll hear anything. If you guys want to try it. And here we're going to block 24 hours. There we go. Blocked. So whatever that is. Start explaining yourself and who you are. So, yep, different gear TV. It could be some KBS World Radio with some Korean pop. It's so weird what happened in South Korea this week. I've been listening to KBS World Radio a little bit. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. The language of the broadcast, by the way, Different Gear TV is in Arabic. So if when they talk, it's supposed to be in Arabic. So I guess that's what you're hearing from Wolverton UK transmitter site. So 11551 upper sideband. I don't know if we'll hear anything in 6 minutes time. Could be some Russian number station. And we'll be checking that. A little self-promotion here if you guys enjoy what I do. And I'm here every week and I do post videos. It is much appreciated that to get donations, help me out. There's the super chat where you can do that. And if you want me to not starve tonight, there's the PayPal Pizza Fund that is available at the email that I'm posting now. This enables me to get myself a nice juicy pizza after the show ends. It's always kind of cool. And thanks everybody for chipping in for the pizza fund. I've been able to eat my pizza every Saturday after the live show. Thanks to you guys. So much appreciated. If you want to help out, it is always cool. So Glenn Danzler, have trolls in the chat. Same in the chat there. Ask Danny if there's always idiots out there, unfortunately, that have no life. So I have been continuing my playing with the network RSP, the SDR play, RSP ST and RSP ST, the network device, and having fun. It disconnects all the time. I'm gonna try a few different things because I've been wondering if the disconnect could be happening due to it's only because of my router. I'm just gonna unplug the antenna here so I can show you guys the device. But I've been doing a lot of... Oh, one day I'll be able to remove that antenna. For some reason, it seems stuck. Hate it. Oh well. I'll just leave it like that for now because I don't want to break anything. But anyways, let me just take the box here. So this device, it's disconnecting all the time, and that is the main frustration I get off of the that device. So I'm going to try to with a more powerful PC to see if it's not because the PC I'm using might be kind of pushed to the limit with the SDR Connect software. I will also, if that still happens, try with another router, because right now I'm using a very advanced router that has tons of security in it, and I don't know, it seems that the SDR Play device, when it's not connected directly through Ethernet, often disconnects. And even when it's connected through Ethernet, it disconnects on the software all the time. So I'm going to try a few things because I've been wondering if it's a flaw that maybe they need to fix through their firmware on the device. But it's kind of cool. You know what? One of the things I found really, really great is that my VHF antenna is in the back. So what I did is I took the device, I took the SDR, and since it can work wirelessly, I connected it to my VHF antenna in the back, and I was able to go on the VHF UHF range remotely with the device, the device in the back in the kitchen, which I found really, really cool. So I'm definitely going to continue playing with that because I find it nice that I could maybe have it remote also for my VHF UHF stuff, thanks to the fact that it's a network device. It's kind of cool. So we're just going to go here, here, here. There we go. Okay. So, sounds Arabic. Yeah, it's KBS. It's the South Korea via the Wolverton, UK. Tarek, keeping an eye on Syria and Radio Damascus, waiting for any special transmissions if the revolution takes over on 567, 666 medium wave. Yeah, it's I don't know exactly what is going to happen, but it seems that in Syria things are really heating up right now. So it's going to be interesting to see. So in about 30 seconds to a minute, we should have, if it's there, 11551 kilohertz upper sideband, XPB, the Russian spy number station. So we'll see if it's there or not. Usually we hear a few things before, so I'm not sure it's going to be there. 11551. Am I going to hear anything? As we're getting into 21 hours universal time. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be there. And here we go. Danny Shortwave, Radio DX. Nice to have you on board from Yonkers, New York. Cleaning up a second floor shack this afternoon. Pretty cool. So I guess it is not there today. The 11551 kilohertz. So let's check out if there's anything else here pirate-wise. Any pirates right now? At 2041, there's Radio Free Mars. 6924.1. Radio Free Mars. Not hearing anything here. And there's Solid Rock Radio 6930, apparently. So let's check it out. Well, nothing much right now on the pirate side. And pretty cool to do it here. So okay. So anyways, that's one of the things that I was actually looking at, the RSPDX. So there's a showing that I'm testing out the RDS and the RDS and the SSB, trying to see if single sideband has been fixed or not. And that's the thing about it, is it fixed or not? Nope, there's it doesn't seem to be there. Bert, check it out here on 11551. Matt says, if anyone wants to try for a pirate, look out for V07 at 02 UTC. You mean a number station? The V07 number station? Jeff King says, lasted only a couple of seconds on 11551 and let us there. Well, because I heard something, but it was not XBB. It was a different type of transmission that was very brief, but it was not that. Usually it's pretty long when it's there. So the Spanish lady out of the Far East Russia was going to be, yeah. I've been hearing a lot of those from out of Asia in the evening. Been surprised. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from very stormy Scotland. Hope you are well. Looking forward for the festive season. Remember when Radio Damascus put out a strong signal on 31 meter band. They seldom QSL. I have a story with Damascus, with Radio Damascus. Back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. I have a QSL here from Syria, and it was the first time ever that it happened. The QSL card came via registered mail. When I wanted to have my letter, I had to go to the post office and sign for it, which is the first ever time that it happened, that I had to go and sign. And I always found it to be extremely weird that I had to sign to get just a QSL card. It was just so weird. But that's when I got my QSL card. I guess it's late 80s, something like that. It's very, very weird. I had to sign for that. The last time I had to sign for a QSL was when I got my QSL card from Voice of Mongolia. When I got my QSL from Voice of Mongolia, I had to sign to get the envelope because it was registered mail, which was kind of weird. That was when they transmitted via WRMI, which was nice. It's sad that they didn't last long. I don't know why. One thing that I wondered, I talked about it with a friend of mine, because he asked me, he says, why did Voice of Mongolia disappear from WRMI? And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised that there are so many people asking for QSL cards, but not giving any details of the transmission or any comments. I'm pretty sure they just said, well, these people aren't interested in our program. They're interested in just getting that QSL card. and maybe it kind of pissed him off. I wouldn't be surprised. So Justin Rod, nice to have you here. The single best shortwave radio I can get today. There's no such thing as a single best radio you can get today. There's tons of good radios. It all depends what you want. Do you want airband? Do you want single sideband? What do you want? And to do with it, honestly. So, James Farley, do you have the Mood publications? I got that somewhere in a box. I've got a box with a few things that I kept. Because, one of the things I hate and what I find sad is when I moved. So when I started Shortwave, I moved twice. And so I moved out of my parents. And then I moved from where I was before to here. And one of the biggest things that happens is that I kept in the first 8 years, which was the period where I rode the most to shortwave stations, I kept every single correspondence, every single letter, all the envelopes with every little thingy inside and the schedules. And I thought, I'm going to keep those things. But in 8 years, it ended up in 6 huge, heavy boxes. And when I moved from my parents, I thought, yeah, I can't bring 6 full boxes of correspondence like that. And, old schedules, stuff like that, you just don't, you just don't want to, bring everything. The schedules are not useful, and there were tons of things in those envelopes like, I don't need that. It's sad because, you have the envelopes, the address, you have all the correspondence. It's kind of neat too, but, I kind of got rid of a lot of stuff as the moving went by. And then I moved from the other place to here. What do? Once again, you choose what you're going to actually bring with you. So, what happens is that you just end up choosing what will you bring. Of course, the QSL cards was one. So I got all the QSLs, but, I brought a very limited amount of stuff from all the correspondence, which is in one box here that I haven't looked at in a long time. So, there's stuff in there for sure. Tarek, I'd love to get a QSL card from Mongolia, but Voice of Korea from Pyongyang is killing that on 12015 all the time. Yeah, I have 2 QSLs from Mongolia. One from the era where they were called Radio Ulaanbaatar. And so I've got one from there. And I believe 12015 kilohertz is a frequency on the card that I was able to receive in the 90s. But that was a tough one. That was a really tough one to get. And I got one from Voice of Mongolia when they were, so at the beginning of this year, something like that. They were on shortwave here in North America through WRMI, easy to hear. And it lasted a few months, and then they were gone. And I got my QSL card. I even got my letter read on the air. But they've gone only a few months after. It didn't last long. One budget radio, one around 100, and one with a very sensitive receiver so I can listen to China, Japan from here in New York. Well, they're at 100, they're all pretty much all sensitive. So if it's only broadcast, you can get something like the Quotas N DX286 that we talk about, which is a amazing radio. And that is if you don't really care about any single sideband stuff. If you want something more expensive, that is definitely amazing. The S2200X is something to check out. So these are the things to check out. David in Barcelona, Spain. Nice to have you on board. Vicky Pelletier, the only logical explanation for having to sign for a QSL card is that it's not taken by other person than the one who is supposed to have it. Yeah. The other explanation, Vicky, that I had, you know what? Back in the 80s? Because in the 80s, we were in the Cold War, and I was receiving all these letters from, Eastern Bloc countries. My, I guess we could call it the conspiracy theory of QSL cards. One thing that did cross my mind is maybe I have to sign for the QSL card because the government just wants me to put my signature next to correspondence that comes from, countries where they're maybe asking themselves, why are you receiving letters from these countries? Of course, we'll never know. We talked about it many times, that in the Cold War era, getting all these letters from Eastern Bloc countries, I would not be surprised that there was a little something with my name on it in Ottawa somewhere. And they was like, well, let's keep an eye on this guy. He's receiving all of these letters from Russia and, East Germany and so on. You never know. You never know. We have to be careful taking our freedom for granted. Sometimes it could be very surprising. Jim Gordon never was able to receive radio from Mongolia. Had the same via the low power relay on in Germany. Christopher Cullen, nice to have you on board from North Wales. Justin, why is the Sony 2001-2010 so highly regarded in the shortwave community? Well, it's when they came out, these were some of the best receivers that existed out there. And, people that have them today have great radios. There's no need. If you got a Sony 2010 and you're thinking, should I change that for anything else? No, you don't. If it works well, you got a great radio. You don't need any radio. They were the top of the top portables at the time. But a lot of people are like, oh, well, I'd rather pay $500 to get a used Sony 2010 than buy a Texan or whatever. I don't go there. I don't agree with that. But, if you've got it, you've got a great radio. It's just that, you got to think about when you buy. It's like people wanting to buy old tabletop receivers, old Kenwoods and so on. Yeah, they're great radios, but you are buying old technology. You are buying technology that has a lot of age on it that you never know when it can maybe fail. So might as well buy something brand new. Derek Atfield, nice to have you on board. G4WBP in the UK. Thank you. Yeah, the monitoring times. James Farley, my fun in the 90s, pretty much, mostly the late 80s, but mostly in the 90s, so here we had a place called Maison de la Presse, or you can call it the press house or whatever. It was the place in Montreal for all of the magazines that exist around the world. That place had everything. So if back in the 90s, when magazines were still affordable, because when at some point they became completely out of nuts. It's like they were too expensive. But I had a lot of things going on back in the early '90s, particularly. So I had my guitar lessons. Wanted to become a musician, and things that teenage to young adult kids are. They want to become musicians and be big stars and so on. So I had my guitar lessons. I loved astronomy, had a telescope, did shortwave radio, scanner radio. So I would go there because I would actually purchase UK. There was a UK magazine that came with a CD that had the back tracks of all the popular songs. And they had a partition or the tablatures inside that you could play the guitar parts. So I would get that. I don't remember the name of the magazine. And then I would get Monitoring Times. I would get Popular Communications. In early 90s, there was still some Compute Gazette and Compute magazines for Commodore computers that I would buy. And I bought a few other things. The astronomy. I would buy astronomy, and I would buy Sky and Telescope. So it's like my monthly, going there was, okay, I'm going to go purchase all the big chunk of magazines that I want for the month and come back home and be happy. I was happy camper. And so that was about it. And I did that for so many years. And, I guess magazines were a dying thing because that was, apparently they were the distributor to all the little newsstands of newspapers and magazines and stuff. So they were like the big place in Montreal. And, I guess it's in the maybe 2005, 6, around there, that they shut down. And that kind of told me, okay, magazines are on the way out. If they're shutting down. And, online content replaced a lot of what magazines are. And a lot of magazines went electronic. I'm subscribed to Sky and Telescope on my tablet, which I find it great. So, that was the good old days. You'd go and get your magazines and stuff. I was the annoying little kid. When I was a teenager, there was a newsstand here not far from where I live. I'd go get the Compute Gazette, the Ahoy, and Compute magazines for Commodore. And I remember I was like the little annoying kid that every week would go there and says, "Is the new Compute Gazette's in? Did you get it? Is it here? No, it's not. Okay." And I remember one month they didn't have the magazine. I was like, "Why you don't have it? Why you don't have it? Can you get it for me? Are you going to miss a month? I don't want to miss a month." It was like, really the annoying guy. But, man, the good old days when you think about it. I find it was kind of cool, And, man, I was looking at, when you go to World Radio History, once again, I'll share it with those that don't know where this is, but this is the World Radio history.com. So this is where you can get every single Monitoring Times, Popcom, many electronics magazines, many books and magazines from the good old days of radio, electronics, and so on. So they have all the Popcom and the Monitoring Times there in PDF. And if you look at the prices, and that's what amazes me, is like you look at the price of Monitoring Times in Canada from 1988, and it's like $3. And then you look at the price of the Monitoring Times in 2000, and it's like $7.95 or $8.95. It's like the price tripled pretty much in 10, 15 years. And that's where, that's when I stopped buying magazines, because all the magazines I would purchase, if I would purchase them in like late 90s and early 2000s, now it would have cost me $50 to get my magazines every month, $60 even. It was too much. I remember that UK magazine with guitar, which was the most expensive magazine I purchased. In 1991 too, it was $10, which was a lot for a magazine, but it had a CD in it. But I remember in like 2001, it was like $22.95. It was like, no way, I'm not paying $23 for a magazine. Come on. And turns out, what happens? The internet was here. You could get your backtracks and you could get your tablatures online for free. So that all of that kills magazines for sure. RDA Dakota Sony ICF 2001 was the first of its kind original radio that made with direct physical input. And the 2010 continued that legacy as sync. That Sony, the 2010, was the original radio, the first one to ever have what is synchronous detection. It was pretty much invented by Sony itself. What else do we have? Derek Hatfield, my mail opened. We're speaking to Russia. Brad Shaver, thank you so much. Doug Noble, the only QSL from the East I got was from Poland. Yeah, I got a few from Poland. RRT08, bought a ICF 2010 new from Fry's Electronics in Dallas. Still have it. It's like new. Best receiver I ever had. So, when you get one and it works well, you don't need anything else. Bob's Old Records. I got a lot of hassles through U.S. mail from Cuban QSLs. They were bound together with rubber bands. Wow. That also is another thing, like Mad Radio DXer, MDK2 saying. Japan was a big thing. I mean, in the 80s, if you'd buy something from Japan, you were almost assured to have high quality stuff. People all wanted that. Sony was, popular high quality brand also. People wanted that. Brian Chapman, from what I was told by Ham, if you talked to a Cold War country and worked at an Air Force base, he had to report the contact. Wow. There's a lady that I used to fix computers. She was Cuban. She was here 6 months a year and 6 months in Cuba. And she was very nice, but very secretive, weird at the same time. And I remember the first time I fixed her computer, I got out of there, and the first thing I thought is, wow, that Cuban number station must be for her. And I'm not joking. It was just so weird. So what happened is I went there so many times. She had tasks for me that were weird. One of them that she asked me on the second time that I went there, and she actually asked me to not, ask any question about what she was going to ask me to do, and it was was I able to open Word documents that were prevented from being seen by a password. And the worst part is, a few months before, I had a lady that had lost her password for a Word document. And I actually had found a tool that enabled me to slowly, it would take time because you'd have to, one character at a time, but you would eventually, using a flaw in the encryption that Office used, to get the full passwords. So I told her, I said, well, yeah, I can open, the documents, but it takes time because I have to go through with a special software. And she says, oh, take all the time you want. You'll get paid for whatever time it takes. And I was like, yeah, fine, I'll do it. But, all of these little details were like, this is so bizarre. So, of course, they were all correspondence from Cuba, all correspondence in Spanish. And it was weird. It was weird, I got to say. Until the last time I went there to fix her PC, it was weird. But she was the nicest woman ever. She was really, really cool. And, when it would take time like that, we would talk about all sorts of things. I'd ask her questions. About, is anybody in Cuba that is a ham radio operator, can anybody be a ham radio operator, stuff like that? And she would tell me, she says, no. The amateur radio operators that you can talk to, they are near the power. They are friends with whoever's in power. Not everybody's getting a license, that's for sure. But anyways, it's super interesting. But boy, I had the impression of being in the middle of some Cuban spy thing or something. And I was like, I was serious. I was like, wow. Maybe she is receiving the Cuban numbers and knows what they mean. Oh, God. Radio Kid, nice to have you here. And yeah, I like that. Use whatever shortwave radio you got. There you go. And and get it away from, household electronics and stuff. You'll be very, very surprised at what you get. Absolutely. Dave Vosh, nice to have you on board. It's first the S2200X and Monocite SDR V5 are two different beasts, and I think here what you want will depend on how you want to use a radio. Do you want to have a radio that is advanced with a touchscreen with a waterfall that is kind of a portable SDR, or a good old style radio? And that is, for me, if I had to choose between both, Dave, it's what technology do you want to use? An SDR or an old style PLL radio? That will decide which one you want. Because from what I hear, the Metalshite SDR seems to work very well. Yeah, Spectrum Monitor is what is replacing, for those that don't know, once again, let's share it here. Spectrum Monitor is what is replacing there we go, monitoring times. It's a good magazine, has the same feel. Even some of the editors from Monitoring Times are in Spectrum Monitor. So it's a PDF only magazine, but you can subscribe. It's pretty much the only thing left that talks about radio. If you're not sure, you can just purchase one. They sell them. You can buy just one of them and look at it and see if you want to subscribe. Michael, nice to have you on board from northern New Jersey. Dave is in southern Maryland. Chris Way, nice to have you here from southwest England. Radio Kid says sometimes old analog portables make poor propagation signals easier to listen to. Yeah, the AGC is not always perfect. It depends more on how the radio is built. And there's a lot of fading and stuff. Simon Simon Kessula, nice to have you on board. Best SSB portable receiver for 2024. If you don't care about, muting when you tune with the tuning knob, it could be as simple as a Texan PL330 XH Data D808. These are great. Texan PL368. If you don't want muting when you tune, you go higher end. It could be a Texan PL880, 990, or a Texan S2200X. These are all good, great radios with SSB. Well, I think, Jerry Hart, they have the communications world, they have them in the world radio history. Dave, following earlier advice to contact stations, I've only gotten QSLs from a pirate. Joel Baker, nice to have you here. A quick MLA30 question. Does it matter which direction it is facing? I live in Arizona and I have mine pointed east if it matters. A magnetic loop, okay, if you have to only put it in a place that you can't rotate it, the best way to install it is to put it where you're going to have it, then check a few frequencies and rotate for the least amount of noise. What you want to do is eliminate the noise that you have around you. So you'll actually orient it so that the noise floor is the lowest. And once you find that, you leave it there and you don't touch it anymore. This is what I did here. And this is why it's roughly northwest, southeast in its orientation. But if you can rotate it, then it doesn't matter. Just, put it somewhere where the lowest noise possible. And then, you can rotate it if you do use it rotated. Alabama Red, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Tarek, speaking of Syria, I have QSL from Voice of Free Syria in the 90s. A transmission caused a diplomatic problem between Syria and Germany, as the transmission was from Dulig in Germany. Wow. Michael, had a 2010 back in the 80s. Good radio. Yeah, definitely. SWL Signals, used to subscribe to Run magazine for my Commodore 64. No problem, Alabama Red. We'll get double cheese on the pizza. So Cleo that says hello to Mr. Paul. Christopher Cullen, the best all-arounder for the moment is the Xiegu G90. Best HF transceiver, best radio I have ever used. Great 27 megahertz transmit. Yeah, this one, but it gets a little more expensive though than the standard portables. Radio Kid, yeah, but did she sound like the Cuban Numbers lady when she spoke? Well, you know what? Not that far. When I just think about her voice, not that far. SWL Signal said, remember typing all that code for the programs and saving them to my tape drive. Yeah, I did that too. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod. RJ Dakota, amazing thing, not one advert on my TV, but my phone. You know what? That because it's because of the form factor. Some ads are made for phones only, and some ads are made for TV or for different screen sizes. So that's why they don't all get the same thing. There are ads that are really made just for TVs or just for phones. Simon Casua, is the Texan 990 the best SSB HF receiver in 2024? There's no such thing as a best. I think we gotta stop asking the question, what's the best? There is no best. There was never a best. There's great radios that are all in the same, very close performance league. And that's true for every category of receiver, including the high-end transceivers. You know, we got to stop. You know, people are often in the, well, you know, I want to have the best, so I'm going to look at this guy's list or this guy's list. And the problem with all of that is often the top 10 is so close to each other that no one will ever notice the difference. So it's the same. It's the same that happens with the portables. We're in the moment where we've got a great amount of portables that are all good. It's just a question of exactly what you want. You know, if I had to say one, if you have the money to go and get it, and one that I love, and if you like a big radio, want to have a big one, go for the Texan S220X. I'm kind of in love with that radio. But it's a big radio, and if you want to have a small portable that you can bring on from anywhere, then you could look at, you know, like I said, from anywhere from a Texan PL330, inexpensive, but you know, you've got great performance for the buck. No tuning, no muting when you tune. Then you'll go to something like, you know, maybe a Texan PL880. If you go to a Texan PL990, it's great, but you know what? How many times did I say it? There's so little difference between 990 880 that, you know, save money and take the 880. Ajay Dakota, amazing thing, not 100. Okay, that's what we saw. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 2BH, Broken Hill, North Southwest Australia, on 567 with new stock, 1 a.m. in the morning. Pretty cool. Matt says, I'm watching on my old Chromebook. Last week I had lots of ads, but none this week. That is also another thing that could be a difference is the ads could be concentrated. One week you've got tons of ads, and this week they don't have, because they would go with ads with the category you're in often, or the audience you might have. And what happens is it's different. You know what? I noticed one thing also when I looked at my the category. I always choose technology. The category, I forgot to change the category, I just noticed, and it's in gaming. That could be changing why there's a lot of less ads on some devices, because they're playing ads that cater to gamers. So I just noticed that I didn't change the category. I usually put science and technology as a category. Richard Myers, what cable did you use to hook up your Yaesu to the monitor? It's a DVI cable. You need to have a DVI cable to do it. Guys, my phone is ringing like crazy. I think there's a little emergency. I will be taking a few seconds, okay? Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Okay, we're back. Seems it's not that urgent. It's somebody that forgot that I'm in my live show, basically. Okay, so it's a DVI cable, Richard. Because that's how you hook up. That's the output of the Yaesu is DVI, which I find a little dumb. They should have put it in HDMI. I mean, we are in 2024. HDMI is the way to go. RJ Dakota says about he has on the phone. Thanks for the information. Don't know. Richard, nice to have you on board. Richard. Ricardo S. Nice to have you on board from Portugal. Different people for different radios for different people, different preferences. Absolutely. I just emailed that address. Okay. Are there any new firmware? There's going to be one in a couple of weeks. The 4.7. I've got a test version right now of that. That was sent to me. As RDS, I noticed that RDS was working on FM. And it's just single sideband. I have to come back to Shoyung radios. There's still a little glitch on a single sideband. It's half working now, but they need to do better. Derek Atfield. Okay, Kevin Michael, been using the Realistic Pro 525 for low FM and VHF Air Marine. Coast Guard Station Honolulu came in clear yesterday. Cool. KMNY 1600 in Pomona, California. This week. Texton 990 versus Shoyung LC90. Which is the best for you? It depends what you want, because they are not the same thing. If smart radio and internet radio is not a must, you're better off with a specific dedicated shortwave radio. The 990 performs better than the Shoyung on shortwave. But if having the capability of internet radio is very appealing to you, you are getting kind of the best of both worlds on the Shoyung LC90. You are getting internet radio capabilities. I like the LC90. Personally, find it really, really nice. But if you tell me, okay, you're going to spend a week on the desert island with a shortwave radio, I'm not going to bring, even if for some reason the internet radios would work, I'm not going to bring the LC90. I'm going to bring, a Texan or a portable radio that I know it works well. Because they are better. The dedicated shortwave radio is better than having the hybrid. RRT08 got a Kato K8321. Tiny, but it picks up Radio New Zealand. Other stations really good. Kevin Michael had XEUT. Tijuana. Mexico. On 1700. Jim Gordon, what's Paul getting from Santa? Petting? I had a little moment yesterday. I think it's going to kill the monetization if I do it, but I'm just going to... It's just too funny. I'm going to show you guys one thing. It was a Paul the Cat, little Paul the Cat moment here. So let me just go here, put in video player. So let me just start that. Put the volume. So this is, of course, Lady in Red. That is with Paul the Cat. So you can see how Paul the Cat is absolutely mesmerized by my singing. So, look at that. It's just so freaking cute. And yes, it's me singing. So, anyways, that was a little cat moment yesterday. Just so funny. So anyways, yeah, well, you know, we'll enjoy some good Christmas time, me and Baltic Cat. Radio Kid, the XH Data D219 is a great radio for a newbie, just dipping toes into the water. Great for about $10. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It depends a lot of, you know, one of the biggest problems with these inexpensive ones is the fact that they aren't very good at filtering. And what happens is that when you are getting you know, stations in a place where, for example, medium wave stations are extremely powerful, you get a lot of overload on these little radios, and that's the biggest problem. So you know, it's really, a lot of those are really just radios that you've got to, that are going to be good in certain areas and certain environments, but not necessarily good in you know, doing anything in some other areas. For example, that when I take the D219, if I'm out in the park where I do my walk in the park videos, it's useless. It's overloaded by all the medium wave stations in Montreal. Yet in here inside the home where it's attenuated, it's okay. So, you know, if you live in a rural area, it might work just great. If you live in a big city, it might just be a piece of crap. And this is a problem with the ones that are the least expensive. You get these artifacts that exist only in certain areas. Having trouble with PayPal. Let me just check, make sure that I'll repost the email here. It shouldn't be a problem usually. So the PayPal, the pizza fund, if you guys want to send a pizza fund through PayPal, I'll just put it here. You can copy and paste maybe. The make sure that it's the name that's a little long. I have a short, easy one for it, but for some reason it doesn't want to work. So this is the pizza fund PayPal. If you guys want me to eat something, so we can maybe just copy paste it. You should work usually. Should work usually. And of course, super chat. Thank you for those that donate. It's much appreciated. Okay, let's go down. John Beckham would take the Codasend DX286 within a desert island. That'd be a good choice, but because I would like to do probably utility and ham radio also stuff, I'd bring something else. I'd probably, what would I be my first choice? Say, okay, somebody tells me desert island tomorrow morning. What do I do? Well, if I can, I'm going to bring the Texan S2200X. I mean, if size doesn't matter, I'm taking this one. If size matters, you can't take a big one. Probably take my Texan PL990. Or, yeah, Texan PL990 would be the second choice probably. Because I don't want to have one that mutes, since in a desert island I might want to tune around the bands. So that would probably be what I want. Rush Time Machine. My D808 broke. Micro USB edition spun the antenna up like I always do, and then inside of the case broke and snapped off. The ring soldered to the board connects to the antenna. Yeah, these portables, you got to be careful. You know, most portables are today very delicate compared to the past. You know, the plastics are thin. It's really something you got to be careful. That's why I always use either clip a wire or external antenna, and I almost rarely use a telescopic except for some videos, because, you know, prevents me from breaking something. Rush Time Machine, the new version is fine. Don't worry about the version. I know some are saying, well, you know, it's not the same. No. I've got both. I wouldn't care about, you know, I got the original. I got a newer one. Doesn't matter. It's gonna work great. Don't worry about it. Ritter Kid agreed the T219 gets some bleed over, but it's way better than the equivalent $20 analog from the 90s. Oh, definitely. It's way better than a $100 radio of 1985. It's crazy, but it's absolutely true. You know, I had radios. I remember there are 3 radios that I don't remember. One, I remember the name was Newtone. The brand name was Newtone. 2 others that I don't remember their brand names. But 3 portables that I remember in my head. I have an image in my head of those radios from they're probably radios from the 1970s. Transistor radios. And for a brief time, I had these 3. They were, an uncle of mine had these, and he went away and put in storage his stuff for a while. And when he came home, he actually had these 3 radios, because he said, "Oh, I remembered you like listening to the radio. Since I'm putting everything in storage, I thought I'd bring you these 3 radios." And he said, I'm not giving you the radios. It's just that I'm going to be gone for about a year. So during that year, you know, use them and play with them. So I had these 3 radios that were portable analogs. Like I said, one was a Newtone, if I remember well. The 2 others, I don't remember their brands. But they were chrome, you know, the era of chrome radios. They were like, you know, chrome, all chrome everywhere. It was like everything had to be chrome for some reason. I remember that in the battery compartment, he had the sales receipts of these receivers. And they were all around 100, 125, 130. And they were dreadfully deaf. And I remember thinking, wow, these radios are not great. And I was comparing them back in the day, because I had the Panasonic, at that year, I had the Panasonic RF 2800. And I remember when I would compare it to the Panasonic, it was like, wow, these radios are bad. And so when you say that for the price today, the D219, you know what? The D219 is a million times better than these 3 crappy radios that cost $100 more and plus. In the late 70s, they're like $300-400 radios today. And yet that $10 radio definitely works better. You know, it shows you how we've advanced in many ways and doing things that might sound like really cheap, but at the end you're like, well, I'm surprised what I'm getting with this. You know, Honestly, the XH Data D220 has its flaws, but this is better than those radios back in the day. Amazing when you think about it. I would say, Radio Kid, that the D221 is better than the D219 in certain aspects of receive. But then again, they have their flaws. They both have their flaws. So, they're not really that different, maybe, except for the fact that D221 has no weather channels, which I like. Richard Wagner, 8992 is active. What else do we have? James Farley, I wish. Just find that again. Newer radios would have brother scare filter. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Kevin Michael, CBC 690, CBU, Vancouver, BC, British Columbia, Canada. Pretty cool. 4N Radio, enjoying the Seaward D808 here. Bought on a Black Friday sale for $58. Seems just as good as the original, but we not powerful FM transmitters were nearby. Yeah, it's a great radio. Great radio. Kevin Michael used a Sony ICF 2010 in the 80s. Missed the radio. Richard Wagner, PL330 and Cordis NDX 286, Desert Island Small. Yeah, if they need to be real small, yeah. I want SSB, PL330. No SSB, Cordis NDX 286. Yeah. No problem, Dave. Jim Garden, what radio would you like from Santa, but only if you have been good boys and girls? I would like the real E1, the Eton E1. What would I? I'm the lucky bum that gets all the radios, so it's getting difficult to... Well, I guess maybe one of the newest Malahite receivers could be one. That could be one. Kevin Michael, Chrome was a 60s style, yeah. But even in the 70s, in the 70s they added wood for some reason, imitation wood, a lot. But there's still a lot of Chrome stuff. But these radios could have been 60s. I'd say 70s. In reality, I don't know which year they were made. They were, I remember they were, they were old looking. So, if I've said 70s, they could have been transistor radios from the 60s. And I didn't know, honestly. Tristan, you also have to be careful with static. Gave my PL330 a shock. Now even when the radio off, the battery still draws. So I have to keep the battery out of the radio. But it could have been worse. Yeah, that is a thing to be very careful, especially now that in North America we're entering, at the Northern Hemisphere we're entering winter. Humidity is low. I mean, it gets dry. My weather station says that inside here, my humidity is 27%. That means if I rub this sweater and I touch something, I zap. I mean, I was petting Paul the cat yesterday, and at every pet, I would get a little shock. So it was like, it was like, okay, I got to be careful. And you got to be careful to touch something in metal, anything metal, before you touch the telescopic of your radio. Because you can zap the circuit with the static electricity. Jean Arash, can a jammer like the ones Cuba or was using to block American signals damage your radio if it is too close to you? Not in the sense of the distance that we would talk about, meaning what breaks a radio is a very strong RF signal. So be it a jammer or not, it doesn't break your radio unless you're at a certain distance. It's the same as my Yaesu transceiver. If I key up my transceiver with 100 watts and I have a radio next to the antenna in the back balcony, it's going to be zapped because it's too close to the transmitter. So it's really a question of how high of a RF signal are we talking about that will zap a radio. So it's not a question, like I said, it's not, be it a jammer or not, it's really a question of there's a certain distance to respect. Like a lot of guys are always asking me, how do you keep your radios running and not scared of, zapping any of them with your ham gear? And it's simple, because my MLA30 is at the other opposite of the house, which means my MLA30 is far enough away that with 100 watts, it desensitizes because it does overload, but it will not zap or anything, and my radios are safe in my office. But, if I would forget a radio in the back balcony, that would make it 4 or 5 feet away from the antenna. With the telescopic open, that would probably zap a radio. So it's really just a question of that, and that distance is very close. I mean, if you're more than, even with, a powerful transmitter, when you're more than a few hundred feet away, it's a non-issue. It's really, you got to get real close for that to happen, even with powerful transmitters. Don't forget that, when you transmit a signal, every time you double the distance, the power is 4 times less. So the power really goes down fast as distance goes by. Well, some could be surprising. Like the D221, if it wasn't for the whistles, I'm listening to those US stations at night on it quite easily. That's surprising. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Jeff King bought in early 60s Sharp portable 3-man radio. Best DXing beast, very high quality. In 15 minutes, we're going to try a Morse code CW stations, guys. 6832, 6832 CW. Moscow, Russia, M12 spy number station. So in 15 minutes, which puts us at 5:20, so 20 UTC. Danny Shortwave have Lloyd's and a live tone AM transistor radios. Yes, the XHD, the D220 is better. I would have loved that radio as a kid. Yeah. Okay, Michael used Sony and Philips and Grundig for medium wave. John Beckham, I still think for around $50, the Ceodon R108 rocks. Definitely. That definitely is the case. Yep, like Matt says, you got to be very close to a transmitter. I would say it's a measure of probably feet, several hundred feet. I don't think you need to go up to a mile to be safe. If you look at an example of the cell towers we have all around us, which are very powerful, I mean, that distance isn't that high, that big from houses to transmitter. So it's probably maybe even less than 100 feet. I mean, that is the field. You need to be in that really very powerful field. So that's being very close to the transmitter. Kevin Michael would want a good multi-band radio from the 70s, like Realistic Patrolman 9 or 10. They were great. You know, when I look at the Patrolman CB, not CBD, SW that I got here, the SW version, which is somewhere here, SW60. It's Shortwave is okay, but it's, once again, you know, we talk about radios. I've got it here. I don't know if I can pick it up. If it's not too difficult. Yeah, not bad. Here we go. So this is the SW60. When I tune around with this, what I notice is that it's okay. It ain't that great. It's deaf compared to radios today. This is another example where, you know, radios that cost less than this cost back in the day, today, beat radios of the day. So, it's, and here, you know, I told you guys how unforgiving the FM station's breakthrough is. It's almost unusable here because there's too much FM breakthrough everywhere. Mad Reader DXer, M7EIW, nice to have you here. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board. G6PJV and UK. So what else do we have? Do I DX 10 meter beacons? Oh yeah, regularly. I like that. I like to go and slowly go through the 10 meter beacons and see which ones I can hear. It's always kind of a lot of fun. Mike WX50, a deal with static electricity by holding a key near a door handle. It's pretty cool when you can see a little electrical arc, and then I can touch the doorknob afterwards without getting shocked. It's what I find cool is when I had a wool sheet on the bed, and in the winter, in total dark, you just wave it up in the air, and it touches and makes friction with the other sheets, and you could see all the little blue sparks everywhere underneath the sheet. It's kind of cool. Steve Murchie, nice to have you here. Chris from South Carolina, KN4EXM. Toast and Loaf, good evening. Nice to have you here. RJ Dakota has a protocol for how to use his radios in dry winter. That's a good thing. You can easily zap a radio with that, I can tell you that. KW61, nice to have you here, Tucson, Arizona. Richard Wagner, what if you place a shorted antenna jack into the radio? Would that prevent damage from transmitter? The idea is, from a powerful transmitter, you have to minimize the amount of RF that goes in the radio which means don't extend the telescopic antenna. Keep it as short as possible. But even if you would use all the measures, there is still a spot where, you know, if it's close enough, a radio will have its circuit go deaf because of too much RF. UTV and ham, KD9WNV. Nice to have you on board. Radio Kid, I see the Realistic Patrolman SW60s on Goodwill auctions at least a couple of times a year. Yeah, those were popular. Those are popular. I mean, there's a lot of them sold in the 80s. This was the, you know, before everybody went nuts on scanner radios, this was the multiband radio. It was the you know, precursor to scanner radios. I remember when because this is the SW60. I'm going to show you another thing. If I can go and get it. I need to try and get it without breaking something. So let's see if I can do it without breaking anything. Can I go and get this? Here, yeah, here we go. So, look, I got another one. But notice the difference. Notice the difference. So there's two of them. Magic. But this one, look at Patrolman CB60. So here, this CB60 is the first one I had. This is the one my father purchased at Radio Shack. And what is different is that instead of the shortwave bands, it gives you the 40 CB channels. So they made two of them that are the same internals with one little caveat. They've changed the shortwave to the CB channels. So I had the one with the CB channels. And what happened is maybe 12 years ago, while looking at eBay, I saw the shortwave one for $20 plus shipping, which was $20 also. From a guy who was in Ottawa or something. So I thought, well, you know what? 20 plus 20, I'd like to have the shortwave one. And the guy said, you know, it works fine and everything. So it's like, okay. So I got the the SW version, the shortwave version, because it was inexpensive technically. For some, it will be expensive. But I thought, you know, let's get it. So I got both of them because I wanted to have the shortwave version. Sorry, guys, I'm a little hot. Here we go. Back to the Future shirt. Okay. So now I've got both of them. But it was kind of interesting that they made a version with CB channels, which was, I always thought was kind of curious. You know, but then again, I used it. I did listen to the CB on it. But, you know, when I got that, it's the first radio I had at the time that had UHF. I was intrigued. What's on UHF? What can I hear on UHF? So, you know, I tune around. I had a lot of fun with these radios. It was my entry level to scanner. I would listen to the Police. I would listen to all sorts of signals, and I had a lot of fun. They're not very sensitive though. When you compare today to a good, you know, even a basic portable scanner radio of today beats the crap out of these radios. But, you know, that's what we had back in the day. Hey, I didn't complain. I had fun. So much fun with it. And I used them a lot. Jean CB channels in the 80s were fun to listen to. Nowadays they are dead. Well, they're not dead in Montreal. Huh? There's a lot of interesting, fun things in Montreal. Like yesterday, every Friday night, there's the Réseau des Hiboux, the Howl's Net, on Channel 20 with a lot of guys. I mean, they are at least 20, 25 guys every Friday. And I hear, you know, quite a few things. There's a bunch of guys here in Montreal, actually, that I hang out on Channel 16 lower sideband. It's very surprising what you get on the CB channels, honestly. And now with propagation, of course, you get all the skip from the US. Different Gear TV, I can't remember what radio is, but I remember buying a radio from a car boot sale, and it would pick up cordless phones down the street, which was cool. That's cool. That's cool. About 30 years ago. Wow. Pretty cool. Man, this is, you know, I was thinking, I went to, it was last week. I went to McDonald's, and I was looking at the girl that had the headset for the car, the drive-through, and I started thinking about, you know, today they probably are using Bluetooth headset, I would guess. You know, I never tried. I don't think any of the drive-throughs today still use any VHF, UHF headsets. It would be kind of crazy. But it was kind of interesting to see, and I was thinking of when I was hearing where I used to live before. I was just the McDonald's just as a corner street, so I would hear the drive-through on 30 megahertz. And I remember one of the fun things that I would do is, like, you know, take 1 hour, and I would calculate in 1 hour how much money goes through the drive-through at McDonald's, which was an insane amount of money when you think about it. But you know, I started thinking about that the other day. I was like, well, there must be Bluetooth headsets. You probably can't tap into them anymore. I don't think anybody in his right mind at a drive-through with a restaurant would still have old, you know, UHF, VHF headsets anymore. So, you know. Well, my son, nice to have you here. So, guys, if you guys want to try it, 6832 CW or 6831 upper sideband if you want to try it. Want to try it here? 6832 CW. We'll see if it comes through. M12, Moscow, Russia, spy number station in about 20 seconds from now. 6832 kilohertz. Interesting to see if we hear anything. Mika Delmage, nice to have you here from Sherwood Park. Here in Montreal is rather cool. Almost minus 8 now. Celsius. So I'm not hearing anything on 6832. I don't know if you guys maybe in Europe could be hearing it. But here 6832 is it's dead. 6832, nothing there. Not hearing it. Just gonna check out the propagation indices out of curiosity. Spaceweather.com. So right now, solar flux 178. K-index is 2, which is not bad. Propagation shouldn't be too bad. One thing to look at, by the way, guys, is Jupiter has reached its closest point to Earth yesterday. In the middle of the night, like at around midnight, it could be worth, you know, putting one of your radios around 21, 22 megahertz. Leave it there, and you start hearing crackles, pops out of the blue. Some interference that looks like, ocean wave sounds, things like that. You might be hearing Jupiter. Remember that apparently they're strong enough that when things are like propagation is the best at this time with Jupiter is close, that it doesn't take very fancy gear to hear all of that. So maybe you want to try. It's a wide range of frequency. Starts at around 20 megahertz, seems to be peaking at around 22 megahertz, and going up to about 24, 25 megahertz. So, maybe that could be a fun little experiment here, DXing Jupiter. Then the biggest problem, though, will be QSLing. I've no email address for Jupiter, unfortunately. The 910, that's 9910 actually, is the Boston, Massachusetts weather fax station. Any shortwaves is old cordless phone frequencies from 4650 megahertz. Yep, back in the day. Mackie Dalman says it's very weak, but it's readable there in Alberta. Cool. Dave Moss, loud and clear in Oxfordshire, UK. I'm not surprised because it's probably made for Europe. Alme Sam 6832 on E20. There's CW faster than I can copy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jupiter QSLs. RJ Dakota says, I also used to hear it on lots of other frequencies that were spurs of the fundamental frequency. James Binder, when the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 hit Jupiter, our local planetarium set up an outdoor dipole antenna and radio to listen into the impacts and the changes in sounds. It was very interesting. Cool. Wow, that's a long time ago. I remember we were all looking at the impacts of that, of the comet. Oh man, long time ago. Radio Kids got some CW. Brad Shaver, I got a long time ago, first version of Pro 51 Radio Shack handheld scanner. It has phone frequency, which they removed from newer ones. Jim Garden, you earlier mentioned a pirate station from Mars. How do you QSL that? Well, I would guess it probably has a HERT address. Hopefully. Okay. There we go. Kevin Michael, our grandmother's house was behind a McDonald's in the 70s. We heard drive-through on 30 megahertz. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it must be good. There's another one in 15 minutes in case of traffic, so it might be there or not. But here, let's check it out on my tablet. I'm gonna go to choose an SDR. So M12 is also coming back in case of traffic, which means it depends if they have traffic or no. But 7732 CW, and that is in 20 minutes from now. 15 minutes, sorry. So what that means is going to be at 2240 UTC. So let me check the app here. Here we go. Kiwi SDRs. It's always when you want to find the Kiwi SDR app that you don't find it on the screen. Kiwi SDRs. Where is it? Tip. Can someone tell me what happened? Can't find it. Da da da. Da 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 da. Garden. Did I remove it? I don't find it. The X. Kiwi. Added the Kiwi SDR app directly, which made it far better and faster to find it. Okay. We just Kiwi. SDR. So anyways, you can use a Kiwi SDR. René Charbonnier has 6832 in the Netherlands. What else do we have? Something on 6915 upper sideband MSM. Let's check it out. We'll check the pirates here for a second. So let's find the Kiwi map. Of course, by the time I'm going to be there, it's going to be gone. My tablet is so slow today. I don't know why. Okay. There we go. Oh, it doesn't work. I guess I will need to. Lamont, here we go. So slow. So some pirates around, let's check it out. Let's go to 685 and tune up. So I'm hearing 6930 for the pirate, and I'm hearing something weak on 6915. So what was the frequency? 6832. Guess it stopped now. Oh well. So anyways, this is there's a few pirates on. The ones on like the Moscow number stations are all for kind of European Russia. So that's why you guys in Europe are hearing it really well. So do they have interstellar reply coupons? They must be expensive. They must be very expensive. Catching a strong buzzing signal on 6816 periodically. Check it out. Lagada, I guess I should have said interplanetary reply coupon. John Beckham, Joel Radio Mailbag on HCJB Sunday mornings from Quito, Ecuador was a great show indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I thought, Mickey. Too long. My tablet is dreadfully slow. I'm going to restart it. Usually when it does that, just need to restart it. There's a Dakota hearing 6915 a little bit louder than for him. How about I go refill, guys? I've got no more fuel. I got no more fuel. So before I go refill, remember, you can help out if you like what we do. You can help out. Let me just restart my tablet here. Restart. So if I need it, it'll be available. Of course, I'm here every week. I make videos. I mean, this is my living. If you like what I do, you know, little something to help out is greatly appreciated. Remember, all of those that never donated, how about doing it for the first time and helping out if you're here all the time? And you know, it's going to be it's kind of cool for this to happen and to be available to all of you. I think everybody enjoys it. Super chat, and if you want me to not starve to death tonight, there's the pizza fund. The pizza fund through PayPal is a great way to help me stay fat and eat something after the live show is done. So thanks everybody for the donations. Much appreciated. So I will go and refill my drink, and I will come back. Yes, we will do some scan. What we're going to do, I'm going to wait until 22, and at top of the hour 22, maybe we could start, I don't know, around, let's see. So a lot of you guys, so in the east, you guys are in lower frequencies. The west is going to be higher. I'm going to think about where we're going to start and tune around the bands. So I'm going to refill. I'll be back in a few seconds, guys. Won't be long. And we are back. We are back. Just put this maybe like here. So here it goes. And nice to have all of you here. We've got we got Paul the Cat here, which is just trying not to look at the there too much, but Paul the cat is just right here. Right here. Hey, Paul. I think he's searching for a way he'd like to come in my lap, which is kind of difficult to do, unfortunately. Hey, Paul. So, okay. He really wants to come on my lap, but it's almost impossible, man. I don't know what to do. It'd be too difficult. I need to put a chair. What I want to do is put a chair next to me and have Paul, if he wants to get on the chair, he'd be next to me. Would be pretty good. Hey, Paul. So, what else do we have? So we're back. So cheers, everybody. Vodka and cranberry juice. Today's drink. Different Gear TV. Getting another beer. Spindle Twister, nice to have you here. It's got EMs on 11175. Rest Time Machine, I would have needed 4 refills by now. This is why I have Diet Coke. Okay, Michael, I can't get anything from Europe with a radio on any band. I use European radio in California at night. Here in Australia and Japanese. Only Siberia and East Russia comes in. Yeah. PD1 PME, amateur radio, nice to have you on board. And thank you for the pizza fund. It's much appreciated. And Paul looks like my cat, says Bobble Records. Yeah, he's a nice little cat. I can tell you that. He's really cool. A cool little cat. I can tell you this. Got a message with no subject. Okay. I don't know why. Okay. So anyways, thanks for the donation for the pizza. Much appreciated. WF7i Homebrew, cheers. Water here and FT8, pretty good. That's perfect. Whatever. Saturday night, it's been kind of a standard in what I do now. So, Saturday is the live show. And after the live show, I'm going to eat. And what I do is it's Saturday night is time to edit the International Radio Report show that we have on for CKUT station here in Montreal. So for those that don't know, I'm a co-host with Sheldon Harvey of the International Radio Report show. It's a show that talks about radio. From local events here in Montreal to international radio events. We also have amateur radio contests and all sorts of things that we have a listing of. And we are being heard over CKUT 90.3 FM in Montreal at 1530 UTC every Sunday morning. And it, of course, is live streamed from the station, CKUT 90.3 FM. But we have also a YouTube channel. And there we post, during the day on Sunday, the latest show. And you can, of course, go and check out past shows on the YouTube channel here. So here's the link for the International Radio Report. It is a great show. It has lots of information. And every week we bring this to you. So I'll be, of course, editing the show tonight. And then after that, what I usually do on Saturday nights is just take it easy, tune around the bands until late, and have a little drink. And it's been pretty much what I've been doing every Saturday night for months and months now. So it's pretty cool. So pretty cool. So here we go. There we go. Huntsville, Missouri. Oh, I forgot. We have our station. Did you guys go and tune? Just forgot about it. Go and tune 7732 CW. I'm hearing it very, very slightly. Very, very slightly. 7732 CW. And it's the M12 Moscow, Russia Morse code number station that is on right now. 7732. Pirate on 4185 with music, says Jerry Hart. Yep, hearing 4185 kilohertz. There's a pirate there, 4185 kilohertz with music. Kelvin 61 says no joy in Tucson, Arizona. Mickey Dalmage says good here. I could hear it just slightly through the noise. This is where I always find it sad, because my S meter is it's S9 on the ICOM with noise, and I still can hear the CW signal, which means it's strong enough to break through, just barely break through the noise. Imagine if all that noise wasn't there. It would have been a super easy thing to listen to or receive here, and maybe I would have received the other frequency before. So somebody on the CB band playing the Chipmunk song on the repeat. Pretty cool. Yeah, CB radio. CB radio. So, Christmas is, of course, slowly nearing. I want to ask you guys again. I've got a few stories that came in. So on the 21st of December, Saturday the 21st, is the Christmas show. Santa will be here. And at the Christmas show, what I like every year is to have good or interesting stories of Christmas past that have to do with radio. Anything. A radio you got that you have fond memories. Any story that you might have. So send your Christmas stories to official shortwave radio at gmail.com. There you go. This is where I will keep them, and Santa will be reading them on the air on December 21st. So this is always fun. Even if it's a story that you sent me before, send it again. We got lots of new people, and we might have forgotten the story. So I'm sure there's some cool stories of Christmas past that are going to be read on the air back from back in the good old days. I'll have a few of my own, and I think it's pretty cool to check that. Lots of things coming up also on the ham bands. There's the SantaNet that usually is there every year, and there's even some Santa activity on different bands with different types of Santa related communications. RJ Dakota, fun fact, the Chipmunks were named after the original Liberty Records executives. Huh. Okay. Interesting. There's all sorts of these things. I was looking at the documentary on YouTube of Do They Know It's Christmas, the 80s song they made for Ethiopia. And that's kind of interesting. It's not as fantastic. It's not as cool as watching the Netflix World's Greatest, what was it? Night's Greatest thing where the We Are the World song is recorded, and it's the behind the scenes, just amazing, just amazing. It was, greatest night of pop or something. That was the name of the, but the one on the on YouTube with the song, the Do They Know It's Christmas, is kind of cool. It's made back in the day. It reflects, and even back in the day, even with them, which was like more British, it's like everybody's like, yeah, well, why? What about if we put too many artists together that don't like each other? What's going to happen? It's like big egos there. So who knows? So I want your stories for the Christmas. The Christmas show. Yeah, it's incredible, eh, Matt? Man, 40 years, man.
Some of the sound that came out of the monolithic studio in California.
That's interesting. Yeah, 40 years. I remember listening at that first year. I was glued to the music. I was glued to the music video stations back in the day. Oh man, time does fly incredibly. Radio Kid 4185 Pirate comes up from the noise, then goes back down, Washington DC area, and works best for a 185 unusual, not a normal pirate frequency, right? Actually, you know what? More and more, and especially in the winter time, because of the very long nights and the maximum usable frequency often going down, they've often gone down in frequency. Now when you look at pirates or want to tune pirates, my usual pirate search is 6800 to 6990. Then I go from 5000 to 5200, and also from 4,000 to 4,200. And sometimes I've even heard some in the 3,000 to 3,200 kilohertz. These are ranges that now have become, the main range is still in 6 megahertz, but these ranges have become important to scan just in case a pirate shows up there. We talk about 4185. The 185 is often kind of where you want to go. So it's like often you'll have it at 3185, 4185, 5185. I've noticed that also. So it's really kind of an extended range depending on the propagation conditions. Because stations want to be heard, So what else do we have? Francis Moore, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Matt MDK2, by this spring, We Are the World will be 40 also. Yeah. Yeah. And it's in 85 that the Live Aid happened, right? Live Aid show? was in 85, if I'm not mistaken. Also, that was I was glued to my TV all day that day. I still remember. It was a hot summer day. It was very hot, no air conditioning. I didn't care. I was glued to the TV to watch Live Aid show all freaking day until night when it stopped. KPH with the CW from California on 12808.5. Pretty good in Florida. Let's see here if we can decode a few of the KPH stuff here. We'll put ourselves in CW. 12808.5. Oh, there's a tone there. I've got this weird tone interfering. There's other frequencies for KPH. Let me check the other frequencies for KPH. KPH is KPH. I'm going to go upwards. Let's try it all. 22477.5. So I'm hearing it slightly on 22477.5. Let's try 17016.8. Nothing on 17016.8. And then it goes to 12808, which has, I hear it, but there's a kind of a tone over it. Unfortunately. Oh, T1, there's a Navtex 12585.5. Is it Navtex? Yeah, you have Navtex. If you guys want to decode Navtex, they are also on Navtex transmission 12585.5 right now. So this is cool. I like it that they do this. The Marine Radio Historical Society does this this little special transmission for KPH and keeping on the air on Saturdays. I find it just so cool that happens. Really, really great. Yeah, most of them are in upper sideband. Kevin Michael, my father brought the Juliet MPR 3015.5 band in 1975. Wow. KWN61, 1985 year I got out of the U.S. Navy. Wow. I was 16 years old back in the day. It is incredible, eh? When you think about it, Kev Michael, that the 80s are now 40 years away and the 70s are 50 years away. It's just crazy. And you can even put it even scarier. The distance we are from the 80s, from 1984, let's take that as an example, is 40 years. Well, if you remove 40 years from 1984, we're still in the Second World War, 1944. We are as far ahead of 1984 as 1984 it was far ahead from World War II. Now, that's another mind-boggling number. Effie, 1 year after 1985, my dad bought me my first computer, a 8088 to IBM PC compatible. Cool. XFM Shortwave, nice to have you here. About 6 years ago, started looking for an alternative to 43 meters, as during the winter propagation was pretty poor up there. Yeah, it's is that you, XFM, on 4185 right now? Out of curiosity, because yeah, there's a lot. I mean, when we were in, I think the search is simple. The search was we were at the bottom of the solar activity, and I mean, the maximum usable frequencies was so low, even 6 megahertz was too high. It was crazy. You know, today we could, I mean, I imagine somebody today coming into the hobby right like now, and they're like, oh wow, all of these things, and not even knowing that, yeah, well, 6 years ago you would not hear these things because solar activity was just so crappy. It's just incredible thinking about it, honestly. Really. So welcome aboard, XFM. Been a long time. SW Signals, KLN Riverhead Radio on 13149. And yeah, they're from Rhode Island. Papier Écriture, bienvenue. Nice to have you here. 6905 USB tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, 0 UTC. Christmas show by Brian Brothers, 2 kilowatt style, 6905 kilohertz, upper sideband at 0 UT. So for 185, not bad, not a bad signal. XFM says wound up using 73 meters because it was free of peskies and other band users. Others have followed suit, especially during winter. Yep. Sheila LaSalle, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Read the Kid has another pirate on 6955. Pretty good. So, yeah, hope the same for you, XFM. Hope everything's going well. Oh, it's not you, okay. XFM. Well, you know, Bob's Old Records. We all remember that time. You know, I'm 55. And I remember that time I was, I don't know, 25 and saying, oh, look at that old guy. He's 50. Look at how old it is. Yeah, it is. KW61 6955 4185. No Joy in Tucson, Arizona. Pretty cool. We're at 22 UT. 22 hours universal time. So let's check out a few things at 22 UT. Some of you, maybe on the West Coast, well, I'm not sure. No, East Coast may be better. If you guys want to try 11180, which could be heard with KBS World Radio South Korea direct. It's for Europe, so you guys in Europe should try it. Let's see if I hear anything here. 11810. It's interesting because I hear something, but it's not in English. What else is there at this time? Oh, China National Radio. So I'm hearing China National Radio 8 on 11810. But maybe some of you are hearing KBS World Radio on 11810. Let's chase a few broadcasts here, see if they're coming in. 2200 UTC. So what are the broadcasts at 22? So there could be some Marine Weather Center, Florida transmission. 12350. Not hearing much there. What are the stations broadcasting right now? So 22 to 23. The BBC World Service from the Philippines. Let's try that on 9580. Nothing here. 31 meters seems to be full of signals. I think we're going to have to scan that. Check it out here. We have 20 to 23. Yeah, usually we have a few other things. Interesting. What time is Voice of Turkey? I'm curious about this. Turkey. Huh. Okay. So let's check the chat room a little bit. Continue. Kevin Michael, my father was in World War II in China, in Japan. K1161, 6955, and 4185. No Joy in Tucson, Arizona. Caribbean Music on 11930. Yeah, that's Radio Marti from the United States. Jasmine. Well, I'm happy to be old. Should I go in my old folks' home now? Nice to have you here from Seattle. What else do we have? Yeah. This is old stuff. What are you doing here, Jasmine? It's for old guys. Ken Michael 6955 is Buddy Holly. That will be the day. 2013 general use, hearing signal on 12585 upper sideband on Texan PL 660, 48 feet wire with earth ground rod. So the oldies, let's try 6955, see who's there. Funny because 4185 is good here. 6955 doesn't come in. Voice of Turkey on 5960 right now in English. Let's check it out. Yeah, very noisy here, but it's there. Very noisy, but it's there. Jasmine, old stuff fascinates me. I like vintage fashion too. So you like old guys. My phone just, I'll check if anybody emails. Sometimes people email. I got no subject and no, okay. Weird. Weird. This is bizarre. Okay. Alabama Red just started listening to Shortwave a year ago. Now I have 15 different radios. Thanks, Jill. My fault. My fault. What do you want? You know, you guys will always be spending a lot of money on radios because of me. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's like when I was 25, I was more mature than most. So, I don't know. It is the way we get brought up in the way that we live. So, you know. Blacker Dice is just 15. K6YYL. The ham radio lady. That was really interesting about Jupiter. I heard sounds similar to that, I think, around 2010-ish. Like ocean waves over the radio heard on 10 meters. Yeah, the Jupiter has this... The magnetic field interacts with and creates powerful radio waves that are heard. Often there's a... There's one guy that's like... has a radio telescope, basically, that is just for that, and it records Jupiter's sounds all the time. And often on spaceweather.com you'll see the recordings, and it's kind of fascinating thinking that, you know, you're hearing something from what Jupiter's something like 700 million kilometers away, which is a huge distance. And you're getting that on your radio. It's just fascinating when you think about it. XFM Shortwave, working on getting my great-grandfather's 1940 Wells Gardner floor radio going again. It is a holiday project for this year. Oh, man. That'd be great. It'd be nice to see it in action, too. WF7I Homebrew. When I was 25, I felt that ham radio was mostly an older person's hobby. And that was 27 years ago. Still enjoy the hobby, though. Yeah. I think it's still, for a lot of people, old folks. Absolutely. It's pretty crazy. Radio. Radio. I mean, you know, we could say, sometimes I think about it, and we could, you know, you look at the average age of different things, and you look at the fact that we're continuing this hobby of radio and amateur radio, and, you know, for most people already forever we've been odd people doing something weird. I think a lot of hobbies are getting older. A lot of hobbies are, you know, I don't see, I don't see young people collecting stamps today. You know, but it's still a thing for older people, I guess. But there's, I mean, here on the channel, I can say that the amount of young guys that through here have started listening, and a lot of them, like on the Facebook group, I see a lot of pictures of much younger people with their radios in their hand and fascinated by hearing stations from far away. There are still a lot of people, a lot of young people attracted to it. But the hobby makes it more difficult today in many aspects. Discopus 5960 can hear through the noise. Yeah, it's noisy here too. Once again, like I said, if we could remove all the noise we have around us, we would hear Turkey crystal clear. The noise is really one of the, the big problem here. Sheila hates to brag, but I'm likely older than most of y'all. 1962 kid here. Yeah, there's older than that, I can tell you. Yeah, Max Headroom. Radio kid. There is hope. Heck, XFM is one of those young people. Yeah, that's true. Pokemon cards are the thing. My nephew is 30, and he still collects those Pokemon cards. Well, true. That's true. Hello, Mama Red. Currently have 990X on the deck, listening to 3330 CHU time signal. Cool. Kevin Michael 4815, some kind of chatter, very weak. Call icon 6955 S9 into New York. Wow. Let me try it again. Sheila says yes, still using the PL680 and loves it. Cool. Cool. Proud owner. Dave, given your input, I talked to Sister Lesser, and I am getting a S2200X for Christmas. No old stories, but great new ones. Cool. Cool. Alabama Red needs to get a 680, PL 680. Tristan, I believe Jupiter's electromagnetic field is the largest structure in the solar system. It extends out to Saturn's orbit. It's a very powerful magnetic field, definitely. When they have when they send probes there, they have to choose from where they're going to actually get close to Jupiter to minimize the currents that could be induced. Radio Romania booming in on 7220. Let's check that out. 220. Yep, very strong. Stronger than turkey. Mike WX50 collected stamps as a kid. Got a lot of stamps from QSLs also. Because our hobby was great for that. If you were a stamp collector, we often had stamps on many of the many envelopes of broadcasters. Not all of them. A lot of them were, just a stamp. But a lot of broadcasters had real stamps on their envelopes when they were sending us correspondence. So it's kind of cool when you think about it. Disco Puss is working on improving his antenna and have some ferrets on the way. Cool. I got some connectors because I want to use the SDR Play network SDR. And the problem is my antenna in the back for VHF UHF is a BNC connector. So I just got them yesterday from Amazon. I purchased BNC to SMA. And the reason why is because on the SDR Play device, you got 3 antenna connections in the back. And out of these 3 connections, 2 SMAs go to 2 gigahertz. The only BNC one goes only to 200 megahertz. So I can't tune higher than 200 megahertz. So I actually got these connectors so I can actually tune up to 2 gigahertz with it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, because the sun's Wavescan playing on 5950 K4 AOL. Let's check it out. I love Wavescan. A 5950 Wavescan, which is a great radio show. If you don't, you've never listened to it. Oh heck, Alabama Red. When I take a walk, I sometimes take out my phone to check what's happening at the gyms around here on Pokemon Go. So it's like it's a habit. It's like, yeah, why not? Just, do a little bit of it. Jean Arash, listening to radio is a bit like watching to the sky at night. Light pollution prevents you from seeing the stars. It's the same thing. The light pollution is the equivalent visually of our noise floor and in the modern times. We can almost, I'm sure if somebody would take the time, if we could trace a graphic that shows the rise in light pollution, I can bet you we can also match almost perfectly the rise in our noise floor. And I'm pretty sure it's going to match very close. Rush Time Machine says 7220 loud and clear in Rhode Island with the whip antenna of a DX396 Radio Shack portable. There was a DX440 when I went to Radio Offset and made the video. There was a DX440. He was selling it for $60. I was kind of tempted. I know it was a lot of money for that, but I was tempted. I was like, yeah, could be nice. And for those of you that have seen the Addison Electronics, I often talk about Addison Electronics. If you haven't seen the video, where you see where my candy store is, and I tell you, it's 25 minutes walking distance from here. And that's when I went there last week. I asked the manager if I could make a video inside. And the first response, straight up, nope. So I was like, oh, come on. What is so terrible about making a video inside your store, So I kind of talked to him. I said, look, just hear me out, okay? I've got a channel with 50,000 users. Amateur radio guys, geeks of electronics. I have been coming here since I'm about 12 years old. This is like a candy store for me. All I'm going to do is make a general video, quick general video, going through the store, having a few stories of when I was young and how it changed. I'm not going to focus on stuff too much. So he looked at me and he said, okay, go do your video, but I want to see it before you leave the store. And if I don't like it, you have to delete it in front of me. And I said, no sweat. Fine. So I made a video, came back to the manager, said, here's the video. And he looked at it, he says, oh, nice video. I said, it's all right. You can post it on your channel. But, I can understand to some point there's competition, a lot of competition. That's why I went a little fast and I want to focus on anywhere where there's some prices and stuff like that. Because, maybe they just want to keep it. But then again, on their online site, they have all the stuff and the prices, But, I wanted to show you guys what my go-to store was. That was if I had to go to Radio Shack or to Addison Electronics, my first choice would be always Addison Electronics. Although Radio Shack was very important, and it was slightly different than the way it was too. There's another store in town that sells a lot of parts, and that store still exists. I need to go there. It's a little far away, but it's called Abra Electronics, ABRA Electronics. It is, for parts, the #1 place apparently in Montreal. They have kits of all sorts of things, and I've been there once 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I'd be curious to see it again today. What I was thinking is maybe I could try this week to go and check it out, and I can maybe see if I can make a video from that place too, which is very different from Addison Electronics. Much more focused on, electronics and the hobbyists and the repair people that still exists. So I'm going to check it out. We're talking about stores, about things, about our age. When I see the dollar stores today, I always, when I go to if I take the alley that has all the kids' games and stuff, I always think about, oh God, if I had a store like this when I was 12, 10, 11, 12, I would go crazy. I mean, back in the day, we had little games that were like, just little plastic things that would cost a fortune compared to today's dollar store. We had a kind of a store that just sells everything, which was called Woolworth here, and I would go there because it was like the store that I would go there with my allowance money. I would get $5 every week for taking out the trash, doing a few chores. My dad would give me $5 every Thursday, and I'd go there with my $5 and look at stuff. And I'd either come out with a vinyl record, because they had this section of all sorts of old vinyls of all kinds, even from 80s pop artists. So I'd go there. Either I'd get out of there with a vinyl record for like $2 or $3. Either I'd get out of there with, they have this new little electronic thingy and they're selling it for $4 or $4.50. And so I love these places. I love these stores where you get anything. Blogger Die, I used to collect telecommunications Topical postage stamps, radio, telephone, telegraph, communication, satellites, undersea cables. Oh, that's cool. Good night, René Charbonnier. Always nice to have you on board. Papa Delta 3, Radio Kilo Delta. Take care, my friend. Take care, Bert. Always nice to have you on board. WF7I. Thank you for the donation that you made. Much appreciated. Yeah, that'd be good. Let's run a... so back and forth, we'd have to run a 1.5 billion kilometer cable to get the energy from Jupiter. Steve Burnham was born in 1985. Rita Kid, I think I have a slightly higher noise floor here from the neighborhood Christmas lights. Back in the day, Christmas lights weren't noisy. They were incandescents. Is that an old guy rant? Look, have you noticed? These are brand new. Have you noticed that these are not LEDs? They're actual incandescent bulbs. And every time I go to the store, you know, like, okay, you're going to call me crazy, okay? Because somebody actually did call me crazy for doing this. I went to the store, and every year when it's Christmas, I go to the store. And I go there, and sometimes I go there with a friend of mine that loves Christmas stuff. And if they're on sale, I buy tons of 100 incandescent bulbs. And my friend always tells me, why the hell are you buying these old bulbs? Look, there's all these beautiful LED things. And I'm like, you don't understand. For radio, they are perfect. They are noiseless. So every year I buy several of them. And he tells me, why are you buying some every year and you already have some? And I always rinse her back, because there will be one year that when we go to the stores, they will not exist anymore. Because at some point they will not exist anymore. Everything will be LEDs. So I tell him, I said, I'm stocking up so that I will have for a long time incandescent bulbs. And yes, I'm a crazy person. So that's just a funny thing every year. So I did buy 4 sets of 100 bulbs this year again. And I stack them in my boxes of stuff. And I'm like, someday I'll be happy to have those. KW61 says, so Disco Puss says 7220 sounds good. KW61 says 6955, fading into Tucson, Arizona. Simarchi says, I got my PL 880 based on your recommendation over 6 years ago, and it's still rocking on. Cool. Album Red, 7220 is good. David Snyder, in the United States, I rarely got stamps on envelopes from radio stations. Yeah, well, the big gun broadcasters, the state broadcasters, they would all have these stamps that were like on it. But the smaller broadcaster would give you, stamps usually. But yeah, from the big broadcasters, we did not get that many. Bob's Old Records, I know that there are many that might disagree with me, but I think the 80s was the best for the Xing. Yeah, there's many, the generations that I'm an 80s kid. And for me, the 80s will always have a special place. I'd put it in a different way. I'd put it in the 80s might have been the last decade where shortwave was amazing. Because as we get into the 90s and then the Cold War ending, things start degrading fast. Oh, see, Marchie, if you live next to the ocean, you'll even have new de-Xing targets. It will not only help shortwave, you're going to finally see what long wave and medium wave is capable of overseas. Hearing European stations on medium wave, hearing long wave stations from the other side of the Atlantic, that will open up a new world for you if you live near the ocean. David Snyder can hear anything but noise on 5950. Some SSTV on 14230. Kev Michael. Jasmine, the Venn diagram is a circle, just a growth of technology overall, and so all electromagnetic emissions, whether light or radio, are increased. Athy, you mean light pollution interferes with radio signals? Sorry, but I don't know much about de-Xing. Actually, no. That's not what I meant. What I meant is, as light pollution increases, it also means that technology increases everywhere. And so the noise floor increases everywhere. It's just an observation. As light pollution increases, it also means that everything we have, because we're part of the light increase also with the lighting of our homes and the way that things are done, and our technology inside our homes also we're growing at the same time as all of that is growing. So it actually is, part of the noise floor. It's not the light pollution that's the problem. It's that as the light pollution increases, we also had more and more technology in our homes, and we had more and more noise. If you would have known what it is 40 years ago, you would be surprised at how quiet we had it. Oh, often, yeah. Like the DX50. The noise and the light pollution come from the same areas. There are concentrated bubbles, basically, which are the big cities, for the most part, in cities. James Farley, Radio Voss, the 9665 was my scenario, yeah. $2013 general use, 7220 coming into East Tennessee. Sean Arash, the Edison guy, was an idiot who wanted to miss a advertising opportunity. That was the exact opposite of Offsep. Offsep, when I told him I had 50,000 subscribers, just immediately realized free publicity. Free publicity. Go ahead. I mean, Sheldon, I was with Sheldon Harvey. He was surprised that he even opened up the back store so I could go in the back, show where he repairs radios. He had never seen that. And that's what we were talking. It's like the guy's quick. The guy's like, oh, free publicity. Yeah, no problem. Make your video, man. He knew that it can't be bad. It can only be a good thing for his business. But you know what, Jean Arash? When you have a gut feeling about somebody, I usually have pretty good gut feelings about the people I meet. And when I saw his face, my gut feeling wasn't good. I was like, oh yeah, one of those. He's one of those. If that's your boss, he's one of those bosses you don't like. Don't worry about it, Dave. Mark Brando, nice to have you here. So let me try to go back. Okay. Okay. Spindle twister. You know what? That's a good, very good question. Let me check that. I remember getting their big catalogs in the 90s. Abra Electronique had these big, yeah, Chemin de Cordeliers, Saint Laurent. It's very far. Electronics. They must have a website. I mean, yeah, they do here. Here we go. Look at that. They have Arduino boards. That's gonna be a candy store also, even bigger than Edison Electronics. Look at that, guys. Go and see the Abra Electronic. We've got that here in Montreal. I need to go this week and try to check it out. Raspberry Pi stuff. They've got tools, voltage regulators, wires, cables, accessories, wireless, solar products, sensors, semiconductors, security products, passive components, power supplies, adapters, quadcopters, robotic stuff. They've got opto illumination, interconnects. What is that? Computer accessories. They've got educational kits and trainers. They have the Abra kits, educational kits. Oh, wow. Circuit board development, chemicals of all sorts, books, boards, batteries, chargers, holders. Man, this looks amazing. I need to go there. But this is far away. Chemin de Cordeliers for me is quite a little distance. I'm going to have to check it out. For sure. Well, yes and no, Jasmine. Here the dollar store is goes up to $5. So we are starting to have some pretty interesting stuff at $5. So there's not just cheap junk. It's not just a dollar store. It's much more than a dollar store. That was old records. I remember Woolworths. I used to get records there. It's my other hobby besides the radio. Mike WX50. I used to buy packages of international stamps at Woolworths. I remember they had a restaurant here, and when I had a little bit of money, like at Christmas, I'd buy some stuff, and I'd buy myself a pancake breakfast. I remember that. Yeah, David Snyder 9565 is Radio Marti out of Greenville, North Carolina. Disco Puss says, improve antenna, started getting CB channels. Oh, man. Radio Kid regulations in USA are made in incandescent bulbs very hard to find. Well, we have the same type of regulations for the big bulbs up to I think they're not allowed to sell more than 40 watts now or something. 100-watt bulbs are gone. You have to buy LED bulbs now. Things like that. But you can get some online. Yeah, that's what we were talking. I was talking. NS Norfolk, nice to have you here. Mid to late 70s was the best. Jasmine, regularly hears Japanese station on medium wave at night. Don Royal, WA7330 is WL, nice to have you here. 70s and 80s are the best for me, getting good shortwave signals. Francis Moore, which station used the William Tell Overture by Rossini? I can't remember. The Lone Ranger Team. Wow, that's a good question. That's a good question. Maybe somebody can answer that one. Now we have LED street lights here. I can't say I've seen much of a difference, but I do see a difference. There's like more and more noise creeping up month after month here. Pretty crazy. And that's Norfolk, all the Portuguese and French Africans in Indonesia. 90 meters, 60 meter was alive winter afternoons, still about 0 UT. Yeah, and then there was a shift towards Central South America stations. Man, it was just so crazy. Poster stamp commemorating Radio Canada International. Wow. Yeah, I think it's anything above 40 watts and the standard big bulbs. I don't think it applies to the Christmas strings of lights. Frong V, purchased my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack Video Stick DX380. Still have it and working great. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it actually does look better than Addison and what it's selling. Yeah, I know, but it's fun to go to the store, Jean Arash, you know? Being there and seeing all the gadgets. It's even worse now, you want to have them. They probably do, but we probably have to check with them. But I wouldn't be surprised. Danny Shortwave Radio DX, our local micro center store has similar electronics like the old Radio Shack stores. I like these educational kits. I have an old 200 Projects Electronics Learning Lab. Yeah. Oh, man. Is it the Swiss Radio International? Is it this? Oops. Because this was Switzerland. Swiss Radio International. External. Which was this one. Is that what you meant?
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. Stay tuned for our programs to Southwest Europe in English, German, French and Italian on 15.315 MHz.
Swiss Radio International.
That one you were actually asking about? Swiss Radio International. Yeah, that one was strong. I'm sorry, guys. I did not see how high the volume was. Wake up, everyone. Wake up. Chick Davis, nice to have you here. So, No, 9565 is not Spain. It's Radio Marti. Pretty sure. Let me go find 9565. Yeah, 9565 is Radio Marti from David Snyder. It is not Spain. Spain is on 9690. So, yeah, it's probably the 5960 is probably Voice of Turkey with their Turkish pop. Yeah, it did sound like a music box there. The tune of Radio Australia used to play at the start of the hour. Yeah, it was their, wasn't that their kind of national and quick national anthem? Australia, top of the hour, Australia. Here we go, Australia. Radio Australia. Goes to Radio Australia at this one. But they had their, I know what you mean. Okay, I think this is going to be, just before the news, they had their, let me just do this. I'm just going to change something here. Remove the microphone.
Across Asia and the Pacific, you're listening to Radio Australia.
Radio Australia, 24 hours a day in English and also in Chinese,
这里是澳洲广播电台 Radio Australia.
Indonesian. Saudara sudah mendengarkan siaran dari
Australia. Reminds me of the good old days. The Waltzing Matilda, yeah, that was a name. Waltzing Matilda. David Snyder, it took 2 years of French in high school. Yes, my understanding of Spanish is no good. Trenton Military, 6754. Jerry Hart receiving it. What frequency is Radio Australia? But they are not on shortwave anymore, but they used to be on 9580 in the morning. That will always remember that. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. It's a pure coincidence. It is kind of funny when you think about it. That by accident, 9580 is showing on the radio. And I played Radio Australia. XFM shortwave. Reality is AM stereo is too late to be widely adopted by the time the Commission hammered out and approved the standard. There was very little music on AM. Yeah, like a lot of decisions in many aspects of technology, and radio, of course, is just crazy when you think about it. That people aren't going to go buy a new radio just because you got AM stereo suddenly. I mean, it's crazy. Really, really crazy. So, you guys remember Radio Nacional do Brazil? I remember that station. Radio Nacional do Brasil. Back in the 80s. I guess it stopped broadcasting pretty much in the 80s, from what I can remember.
This is the international service of Radio Nacional de Brasília, Brazil, ZYF 263.
And I remember they would play that song. What's the name of that song? It's a very popular song. The lady from... it's like da 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 da. They'd play that when they started the program in English. Isn't that like the lady from something? I'm trying to find the name. Oh man. Nope, no relations. Well, no relations. I say no relations. Radio Nacional do Brasil was from the same organization that is Radio Nacional Amazônia today. Yes. So, yeah, it is. There's a relation to it, absolutely. Radio Norway, broadcasting in English only on Sundays, which was always kind of weird. So here's a recording from 1984 for Radio Norway.
Dette Norge. This is Radio Norway International. This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International, broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 MHz, to Australia on 17.81 and to Europe on 9.59 MHz.
Well, that's Radio Norway International. Kevin, nice to have you on board. WS2H, did you end up buying anything when you visited the electronics store? I bought some cables that I needed, and they had this gadget for like $3.99 or something. So I kind of purchased this little bulb. It's actually a lightning. It's hard to see, maybe a lightning. Oh, it's so there we go. Kind of a lightning thing. It's a rechargeable bulb. Looks like a real bulb, but it is a rechargeable thing. I thought, yeah, they have like 6 of them with different shapes and colors. Just wanted to see what it looks like, and nothing much. Just went through mostly. So yeah, that's it. Almesa, the girl from Ipanema. I was looking, what is it? It's the woman from something. I was trying to get the wording out. It's like the woman from, the girl, the woman, Radio, RGA Dakota, Radio Nacional de Brazil evolved into the present Radio Nacional do Amazonas. Yeah. We all get nostalgic for people that are listening for a long time, Jasmine. But there's still a lot of things that we can listen to today. We're just not nostalgic about this stuff today. We listen to it every day. James Binder, nice to have you on board. Yeah, the NRK. David says, getting familiar with several of those intervals from times you played them, Jill. So good to have this awesome website. Yeah, interval signals is really, really great. Carl Icon, why does Kiwi SDR show CB channel 1 to 28 under ISM Industrial Scientific? Because there are some science instruments in there. It's so the CB channels from 29695. What? Let me just. I'm 965. Sorry. 20, let's start again. 26965, channel 1, all the way to 27405, channel 40. In there are 5 channels that are radio control, science instruments, and all sorts of things scientific. I guess they probably aren't used today. But I remember my first radio-controlled car, or first few radio-controlled cars, were in that range. There's 4 of the channels for the science instruments that are in between channels, meaning they're not on a channel itself, but in between. If you had a CB radio that wasn't very good at having the separation of stations, if it wasn't very good at doing that, you could sometimes hear the in-between kind of tones and all sorts of buzzings and stuff. Channel 23 is the only channel that is actually shared. Channel 23, 27255, has the instruments and a CB channel at the same time. You can imagine it's not a good idea. So this is why if anybody had a radio-controlled device back in the 80s that was using one of those 5 channels, screw it. Every time a strong CB channel, a strong CB signal was there, it just, didn't work anymore. So, yeah, that's why they actually put that, because it's old. Today, they're not used anymore. Even, there's no more remote control cars, planes, and stuff that use those channels pretty much anymore, because, it was crappy to use those. especially in the day when CB activity was so high. I remember going crazy trying to control my 4x4 that I had given at Christmas, because the couple of strong CBers around me were actually stronger than my, remote control. So that's why they're showing that. But I don't think anybody or anything uses that today. What else do we have? Check it out here. Yeah, Radio South Africa. RSI. I used to, Jasmine, there's an app for that, actually. I used to have, you're going to laugh, I used to have Voice of Korea, North Korea, as a ringtone on my phone for a long time. Brad Shaver, cheers. Kevin Michael, WYFR, your family radio from Florida was good too. The interval signal. I like you guys know I'm not a religious guy, but there was something cheerful and fun with WYFR's mailbag show. It was the only thing I'd listen on WYFR, but I liked their mailbag show on Sundays. I was always there listening, and it's the first ever mailbag show I've ever heard. And I remember for the first time I thought, oh, this is so cool. I'm not alone doing this. There's tons of people that are doing it. And it was kind of cool. It was really kind of cool. I'm just looking if anybody has a recording of that. Nope, doesn't seem like. There's a lot of mailbag shows, but no WRFR. I mean, that was definitely, kind of cool to see that. A hobby that I was pretty much alone doing in my home, and nobody at school knew anything. That I was, that there was other people doing it. Kevin, I saw 3 very large drones on the ocean front of Point Beach last night. It was very freaky. The authorities are denying any knowledge of who is operating them. There's Kevin. You know what? There's a lot of stuff. I did see something about drones over the one of the of Donald Trump's properties. But you know what? Here I am not very fond of people flying drones everywhere. It's not there's something about it I don't like. Different Gear says someone's prize Tamiya RC kid got smashed. Yeah, mine was a Nico NIWKO, I believe. It was it was a very expensive RC car, and the reason I had it is because my brother would work at a warehouse, which was the big warehouse where all the hobby shops in Montreal would get their stuff. And from time to time, they just put on really, really steep sales, stuff they wouldn't sell anymore. And I got a Nico 4x4, which was, back in the day, you didn't see things like that much because they were too expensive. But it was the first one with the remote control being totally digital, and super high precision. And my brother gave me that for Christmas. I remember I was maybe 13. And I thought it was so cool. The retail price back then of that thing was something like $400. And my brother had, which was working there, had a discount. Plus, it was on the list of, we're getting rid of this. So it was like, my brother told me it was like $100 instead of $400. Plus, my brother had the discount of him working there. So he got it for like $75. So he thought, well, this is going to be a great gift. And I got that because of that. And it was crazy. It was funny because, because it was expensive, it was much more powerful and much better than anything you'd get at Radio Shack. And my friends would come over with their Radio Shack buggies and stuff. And they would go in the grass and get stuck. And they were all looking at me and saying, why is your 4x4 not getting stuck in the grass? And I was telling them, it says, because it's super powerful. It's capable of going through the mud, the grass, whatever. And it was just so funny because they're all annoyed. And I was like, yeah, if you see the price of this thing too. But the worst part was the money spent on freaking batteries. That thing would go through, it used 4 C batteries. If you'd buy Energizer C batteries, you would play for an hour and the batteries were dead. So it's like, yeah, I can't buy batteries all the time like that. And I was lucky because an uncle of mine that would do remote control boats. One day I was telling him about the batteries and all this stuff, and he reached into one of his drawers, and the boats that he built were using either the big Lantern 6-volt batteries or C batteries, all the time rechargeable. So he opened his drawer, and he said, "Got a gift for you," and he gave me 4 C rechargeables. They were ever-ready rechargeables. Nickel cadmium. And he gave me a charger, and he said, now you're going to have fun with your truck. And after that, I used the rechargeable batteries for, when I was playing with it. It was cool because like I'd have 1 hour of rechargeable batteries. I'd just put them back on the charger, and I know that it was a long charger, so it was like 12 hours. And I know that 12 hours later I'd have another hour. Oh man, the good old days. The good old days. Pretty crazy. It's 1 o'clock in Denver, apparently. It's we've been on for 4 hours now. Incredible. Time is just flying by. So now I'm asking the question, should I get another drink? And let's continue forward into this live show. This is the question of the night. And guys, if the answer is yes, don't forget, you can give me a little donation to the chat, super chat, and don't forget, the pizza fund is important because the pizza fund is, if I do more time, I ain't certainly going to cook dinner, so pizza fund will be even more important at the email address. So the question, which I already know the answer, but you like to ask. If everybody says, no, it's all right, we got enough of you, okay, I'll go. I fill up my glass with a 3rd vodka cranberry drink, and we go forward a little more. It's all about you guys. So 23 was a channel, but one of the blank channels, Kev Michael, was there was one between channel. Well, I'm trying to remember the frequencies they were on. 26995, which means between channel 4 and 5 there was one. So 26995, 27045. That's between channel 7 and channel 8. Yeah. There was 27145, which was between channel 14 and 15. 27195. I'm trying to remember them by heart, but the last one channel, the last channel was 27255, was exactly on channel 23. 6905 playing Christmas music. That's what we were hearing today. Somebody would be live with 6905 Christmas music. Frank V, yes, Vatican Radio, absolutely. They have several broadcasts a day on shortwave, absolutely. Kevin Michael's got North Korea, 13650. C. Marchie, yeah, Casey Kasem. We had a station here in Montreal on medium wave band, which was CKGM 980. And I remember hearing Casey Kasem's top 40 when I was a teenager. I know, Francis Moore, when something drives us crazy when you're trying to find something, I'm going to try to help you. I'm going to try to find what it could be. Matt, 6905. Matt, 6905. Here in Denver, pretty good. What else do we have? Discopus says 6905 in Philadelphia. Yeah, the Red Cross Broadcasting Service. I got a QSL card from them, actually. Here. Nathan Pertovsky, nice to have you on board. What's the absolutely worst radio you've ever had? Oh, God, I got a few here. But I do have a winner. I got a few here that are bad, but I have a winner. I'm going to go get my drink, and we're going to answer that question. Worst radio ever, and you guys are going to laugh. Really. Drink. Do it. Let's go. Encore. Yes, KU. Nice to have you here. 15280, all India radio in Chinese. I usually take pepperoni, which is my favorite, but I'm not stuck. I can eat anything, but except, please, no pineapple. But usually it's pepperoni. But olives are good on pizza, though, I gotta say. No problem if you can't send to the pizza fund. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, there was like a change there. Yeah, there's channel in that area. The channels are kind of messed up, not following the order. So, anything else? Because they're radios, and they're part of the history of the radios, Jasmine. You know? Okay. So here goes. I'm stopping here for a second, and I am getting my drink, and we're going to talk about my worst radio ever. when I come back. So we're back. Paul the cat was hungry. I had to fill up his bowl with food. And so cheers everybody with the third glass. As we continue after 4 hours and 20 minutes on a live show. Thanks to those that are donating through PayPal for my pizza fund. We'll have a nice big pizza tonight. Thanks to those that are donating through the super chat too. Much appreciated. So, you know, Jasmine, radios are radios. Even if it's bad, you keep the radio. You don't throw it. You just keep it. It's a story to tell about a bad radio. So, my story of a bad radio is is very interesting. there was a kind of a store that would sell, like, there's like these stores that started popping up, and they're selling stuff, and they're not like, I would not call it trusted sources, because it's like, this weird guy he opens up a store and has tons of electronics things in boxes everywhere. Like, he's got a big screen TV just like on the edge of the wall, and he's got these radio control stuff there, and it's like a junk place with, all sorts of things. So it opened up, so we're in, I guess, 2005, 6-ish, a few years before my mom died. So she was in a old folks home, and that opened just across the street from the old folks home. And so on Sundays, what I would do, there was a restaurant on the corner. So every Sunday, I would, tell my mom, I'm inviting you for a breakfast at the restaurant. So she would be able to get out of the old folks home at the same time. We'd go eat breakfast, and then we would go in that store and look at the junk they had and all sorts of things they had. So we'd go through. I remember my mom buying something once. I don't remember exactly what. So I get to one of I look at the boxes at one place, and it's like multi-band radio. I'm like, oh. And actually it looked cool. It looked nice. But it was like, $27 or something. So it was like $27, multi-band radio. So I thought, yeah, I got the money. Why not? I take it, and, I told my mom we're going to go, and we're going to sit down in her balcony. It was a nice summer day, and we'd talk, and she said, oh, bring the radio, and, we'll try the radio on the balcony. I opened the box, I got a radio, put the batteries in. I press the on button, and the button falls. So now I don't have any more on-off button, because the way it was made is like I couldn't even turn off except removing batteries. So I was like, what the hell is this junk? So I decided, well, I'm still going to tune to see how it works, and, I'm going to return it. There were more than one. And I pulled a telescopic antenna, and I'm not even hard on it. I just pulled it up, and it's like, oh, the antenna just came out of the radio. And I'm not joking. This is like, radio horror. So I'm like, okay. I put it in the box. My mom looks at me and she says, wow, that's kind of a crappy radio. It's like, yeah, I guess I'm going to go return it, So once, the day's over with my mom, I go to the store where I purchased it, and I say, wow, this thing is junk. It's like I pressed the on button, it fell, and the antenna just took off. And he looks at me and says, well, you broke the radio. And I'm like, I didn't break the radio. It broke itself. So he didn't want to give me my money back. And I'm like, come on, this is a piece of junk. Okay? You have to give me my money back, or I'm going to, really, really go crazy in your store. It's like, she looks at me and says, well, I'm going to call the cops. And I said, I don't care. You don't know how crazy I can be. So he looks at me and says, okay, I give you the money, and don't come back. It's like, okay, do you think I'm going to come back when I just bought one little thing? Now I would be scared to purchase that 65-inch screen for $1,000 in your store. Where the hell does it come from? Is it a fixed TV or what? It's like, I couldn't believe it. The guy was just so annoying. He was annoyed and annoying at the same time. I just went crazy. So, yes, that is the winner of the crappiest radio ever. Ever. Hawaiian pizza is my favorite, says XFM. Thank you, Kevin, for a slice of pizza. So with your, you guys' donations plus the PayPal donations, I got a whole pizza that I will be ordering. Casherns introduced me to pizza with shrimp on it. Oh yeah, I hate that. There's a, actually there's a place, XFM here, that isn't that far from here, that has a wood stove oven, and they actually have really good pizzas, and they have one which is seafood. It has shrimp and a lot of other stuff, anyways. And I gotta say, it's amazingly good. Community Kid Party Overture is called March of the Swiss Soldiers. That's interesting. No, if you want to get fancy, pretentious, there's Mod Pizza. Computer and VHF scanners don't go well together. Well, it depends, yeah, but there could be a lot of interference, definitely. Okay, you super grateful for more stream time. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Everything here, anyways. Here in this room, with the number of computers I got, nothing works well, except if it's on a shielded cable that goes outside to an antenna. It's crazy, Jean Arras. He's still alive, Jerry Hart? Casey Kasem still alive? Wow. You know, there's these people that you're like, see their names, and I'm like, wow, it's still alive. Wow, I never thought. There was this crooner my mom listened to. Oh. Was it Tony Bennett? If it's not him, it's the same generation. I'm looking at concert tickets, and I see Tony Bennett, and I'm like, he's still alive and he's still singing. Okay. Why not? Dave Vosh, well, you got a dollar bill. In the bottom of the chat, you got a dollar bill. If you click on it, just follow the instructions, and you can give a little something. Daryl B, nice to have you on board. Thank you for being here. Stay online and party. Discopus says 6905 much better than the PL330 versus PL880. That's interesting. James Farley, do you remember the mini plastic computer radio? Yeah, rings a bell. Yeah. Kid 61, been there, done that on my radio. Absolutely. Imagine you just press the power button, it's like, button just fell on the floor. Actually, we were on the balcony. The button fell on the balcony, and it then slided and fell down 2 stories into the grass. I spent half an hour finding that darn black button in the grass. I'm just going to tell you that. Oh, no problem. It's fine, Alabama Red. Wherever it happens, it's fine. Kevin Michael, got a realistic Pro 245 and on the 800 megahertz band. Have not heard anything strange nor not to hear cell phone audio. Radio Thailand 13750 coming in. And just ended a few minutes ago as over 31. Yeah, probably ended. Probably had a good signal, right? Thank you, Francis Moore, for the donation. What else do we have? Oh, no, okay, Casey Kasem's. Okay, they're just like reruns of. Okay. Because I was wondering, I was like, whoa. Yeah, because I wasn't sure. I thought I'd seen Casey Kasem had passed away. Andy New, does anyone know the name of the Radio Norway interval signal? Yeah, that it could have some name to it, definitely. It could be a folk song, it could be absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Tony Bennett's still alive. Or is it? Well, if it's not Tony Bennett, it's close to him. And I'm talking about 3 or 4 months ago. So it's kind of in the same range and the same type of crooner as Tony Bennett. Because I just threw out Tony Bennett because that's what came through my mind. But I was surprised. I was like, wow, still alive. You know, it's interesting because I like the Christmas music, but I like Christmas music from you know, the old days. I like the Christmas music from, you know, like listening to Doris Day and you know, Johnny Mattis and Bing Crosby and Andy Williams. And I find that the general sound of the music itself is kind of so musically, it's so powerful and rich, and yeah, it might be Tom Jones. It could be Tom Jones, and so anyways, this year, I don't know why. I've had an okay year, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of this year shifting. My mind is actually working too hard. You know, when you think too much, it's no good. So this year has been a year where I'm thinking too much, and that is putting me in a different state. So this year I was listening to some of the music, and for some reason it reaches me more than ever. You know, having kind of little flashbacks of you know, my mom telling me, you know, hey, how about we, you know, put up the Christmas tree. And, you know, my mom wasn't helping much. She was just like, here's the stuff, and I'd build a... I was, you know, I've always been a sucker for a Christmas tree. I need a Christmas tree. There will always be a Christmas tree. But I don't know. This year it's like there's something that touches me more profoundly than usual. I was actually started to build a Christmas village, and I put on YouTube, there was a kind of a beautiful, you know, background with like snow and stuff, and it was all the great classic Christmas music from the time, and I was building it, and I was like so emotional at times. I was like, wow, I don't know what's happening to me, but this year there's something about it. I just don't know, you know. It's crazy. Casey Kasem was on 640 KFI Los Angeles. Yeah, man. Kevin Michael, I've been seeing your radios on Only FM. Yeah, there's been a lot, and the cheaper, the less expensive radios. I've seen a lot of them. And you know what? I've seen even worse. Not just no AM, but no tuning. It's FM with a up-down button. It just scans through what it's getting. It's like, what's that? You know, I mean, come on. Jasmine, you all ain't me, but there will never be a better Christmas song than All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey. I'm going to puke in my drink. That's where I get the All I Want for Christmas series in my Shortwave channel. Because it's... Engelbert, Daryl B. Thank you. Engelbert Humperdinck. He's the one that I saw, and he was coming in concert in Montreal. Engelbert. I was like, what? He's still alive? So that's where I get my All I Want for Christmas is a Texan whatever. I was like, yeah, it's a catchy phrase. And if people search for All I Want for Christmas, they might actually, by accident, stumble upon my channel. By accident, love shortwave radio. Who knows? Yeah, Tom Jones still alive. That I know. You know, it's like there's so much. Yes, Engelbert. Thank you, Daryl B. Johnny Mattis. He's still alive? I don't know if he's alive or not anymore. David Snyder, yeah, the PL880 is fantastic. Yep. Tom Jones didn't pass away. Did he? No, he's still alive, I'm sure. Yeah. 6905, loud and clear. Nathan Petrovsky, why do you think companies like Texan continue to offer sync in their DSP radios, even though we all know how crappy it is? I guess they're trying. You know, it isn't very good. I guess they're trying. You know? I guess that's the way it is. Jasmine, puke in your drink. We can make a funny, song with it. Puke in your drink, the new Christmas song. that's gonna be. Oh God. There you go, Different Gear TV. All I want for Christmas is not to hear Mariah Carey. And Justin Bieber, oh please. No. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for Justin Bieber. James Farley, so those videos are clickbait. Yeah. If they can bring a lot more people to shortwave, it's working. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you here from Ski Country, Colorado. We're having a hard time with ski here. It's like there's no snow, and we have to. Yeah, I know it's like Mariah. You're supposed to pronounce it Mariah. I don't care. I don't like her. Here, it's only the ski the stations that have the artificial snow are really getting on, but man, ski has been getting a hard time in the recent years. Kevin Michael, TV stations should broadcast in analog on VHF and broadcast in digital on the internet. Grandma threw up on a reindeer. That's the new song of the year. You know, the pronunciation of names or words sometimes, what interferes with that is my French background. Because sometimes when I'm not sure of... Because I often will pronounce it correctly because I've heard it pronounced. And so it's there. But sometimes, it's just I hear I see a name or I see something, and so half of me will be trying to see, well, in French maybe I should pronounce it like this, and in English it could pronounce like this, and sometimes it actually just mixes in. But it's Mariah. There you go, guys. Are you happy? You made me pronounce Mariah. Daryl got something in English on 14210 with hams blinging through. Well, there shouldn't be anything on 14210, but I will check it here. What radio are you using, Daryl? Because I'm curious. 14221. There's nothing here on 14210, though. Just out of curiosity. I'll miss Sam's best Christmas songs from Andy Williams. My favorite Christmas song is Nat King Cole's Christmas song. There's something about that that's beautiful. Jean Arash, one guy you probably don't know, he died, was Roger Whittaker. Yeah, he was a whistler. I absolutely know Roger Whittaker. He was a whistler, and he had this big voice. He would sing in French too. He would sing in French too. Roger Whittaker. Isn't the guy with a song that Moi j'ai quitté mon pays? Isn't that him? Or I'm missing it up with somebody else? Francis Moore had recently got a few antennas from Australia, PK antennas. Check it out for medium wave, shortwave. Okay. KW61 6905 signed off with a full national anthem. Kevin, just curious, are you a night owl? Is that natural or dictated because of your love of radio? What is your typical bedtime? I'm a night owl, and I've always been, even before radio. So I come from a family which had no rules. I was, self brought up. I was mature enough to, even at 10 years old, I would wake up, go to school. For various reasons, some that I've explained a few weeks ago. Let's say that life was complicated in the home. So I was left on my own, pretty much. I did not have, nobody ever told me to go to sleep at a certain time in my entire life. So I, even when I was young, started with a pretty, I was a night owl at school too. I'd go to bed when I was 10, 11, I would go to bed at 1 in the morning. I'd wake up to go to school at like 7:30 in the morning. And high school was the same. I remember there was a funny part. My brother had come back home for a year or two, and we would watch some of the thrillers and stuff that we would see at late at night, and just like go to bed at 2 a.m. and I'd wake up and go to school. It was not a problem, and if I needed to sleep, I'd sleep. And it's always been. I go to bed at anywhere between 2 and 3 a.m. usually. I like it like that. I don't know. Like midnight, 1, 2 a.m. is like a time that I just love. It's quiet. It seems like life is just, And if you go out with friends, well, you're the guy that's always up and very happy at 2 a.m. because he's like, I'm used to being up all the time. I'm pretty much a night owl. But it's more natural than anything else. I just didn't like to. I almost had this feeling that I was wasting my life if I'd go to bed too early. Let's live it. That's pretty much. They call the wind Mariah. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know if there's ever going to be an expanded FM band in North America. XFM, I like that. Yeah, rhymes with pariah. Oh, man. The Christmas song written by Mel Torme. Yep, verified night owl here too. Both my grandmothers were as well. Oh yeah, Taylor Swift is the artist of the moment. Oh well. Scatter Phoenix favorite Christmas song, Christmas in Sarajevo, remake of the Bells. My Shortwave singing album. I should write Christmas songs with Shortwave in it. Brian Penny, pizza with white clam sauce. What else would you order in Cape Cod? It's really good, by the way. Yeah, I would guess, because at Cape Cod, yeah, you'll have everything with, seafood and whatever. I would guess. It's like going to Nova Scotia. You want pasta? Yeah, you'll have pasta Alfredo with clams or shrimp or whatever. It's just that. There was a interesting documentary talking about night owls, and they were saying that people that have the brain is on override, is like on supercharge, are often night owls. XFM, yep. Actually, you know what? The Radio Kid, when you look at the period between 2000 and 2005, there is still a lot a lot of shortwave broadcasters. It's crazy. Jasmine, I like to stay up late. I was at a rave last weekend until 6. But I missed all of that if I had gone to sleep. Yeah. I got I got a comment once because when I go, like, if I invite my nephew over here, okay? My nephew's 30. We just party. I mean, we usually he doesn't leave before at least 5 a.m. if not more. I got actually some pictures on my personal Facebook page where he came over this summer and we looked at the sunrise at 4:30, 5 a.m. and we were back in the backyard, in my backyard here, and we were just listening to music and having fun and drinking. Yeah, we'd have to have some new words for these songs. I'm dreaming of a new radio, one that is not DSP, where I can have no noise and listen to the past, where Radio Australia was available. I don't know, something like that. Rocking around the Grundig radio every night of week. You listen to Radio Berlin and Radio Finland. I would tune the radio all night, every day, and listen to foreign worlds that I didn't know existed. Rocking around the Grundig radio every night and every day. There you go, you got a song now. Yeah, you can sleep when you're dead. Definitely. Kevin Michael, how far you got with TVDX and VHF and UHF since the digital? Since the TV went into HD mode, I've never DX'd anything. I do have rabbit ears on the big screen TV that I'm actually using right now. I can actually put it in antenna mode, and it gets the local stations. It gets maybe 7 or 8 stations in HD, full HD. Actually, everybody finds it funny because I don't have cable here. I have cable in the other room. Actually, no, it's not true anymore because I've got this new system, which means I can watch any channel on any device now. But before, last year, I didn't have it. And so the TV in the living room was used. So it's like, when I watch it the Super Bowl. It's like everybody's like, "Oh, you're watching the Super Bowl in your office on the internet?" No, rabbit ears. I just tuned the station in Montreal that plays it, and everybody's like, "Rabbit ears? Yeah, rabbit ears." Christmas on the airwaves. Yeah. Jasmine, on a snowy Christmas evening beneath the twinkling lights, Gilles tuned his shortwave radio is holiday delight. From stations far and distant, their voices filled the air with carols sung in languages. You know what? I used Chat GPT to create poems or create words or lyrics, and with shortwave and Christmas in them. And I was so impressed what I read is just crazy. Danny Shortwave, yes, we not always are always thinkers. My mind is always racing. Yeah, I think it's part of the thing. John McClure, nice to have you here. But the worst part about that, Danny Shortwave, and I'm sure you'll agree, is sometimes it's a little too much, and we wish we could just switch it off a little bit. Sheila Lissa says, since I'm a night owl, does that make me a hoot? Oh, man. Leonard Petrovsky says, that was actually pretty good. Rampton says, oh no, bring back Mariah Carey. Mariah. Sign him to a contract. Shrek Driver says, Joel, you just passed Bing Crosby with a Christmas song. Yeah. I'm dreaming of a new radio, one that receives all the stations from the past. Radio Norway, Radio Finland, Radio Sweden, Radio France International, and Netherlands. Man, the Win 1960, nice to have you here. Take care, XFM, much appreciated. Always nice to have you on board. And always be careful of yourself. Take care, my friend. Always nice to have you here. Scouter Phoenix, I still haven't replaced my Ethon with the new Texan 2200. I won't see improvement if I don't do something better about an antenna than an indoor long wire. Well, the first thing you need, and that's very, very, very important, the first thing that you need is a good antenna. That definitely. If you want to have a good radio perform, you need a good antenna to perform. Disco question, does the PL330 have calibration? Yes, it does. It does have calibration feature. I'm dreaming of a Kenwood TS990. Tom Jones died at the age of 95. Wow. RJ Dakota says, but there's always someone who will say something about the rabbit ears not being digital. There's no such thing as a HD antenna. And yet, when you go to the store, and Addison Electronics, I should have found, you know what, you just told me something, I should have found one box. They do sell antennas for TVs, and they have one which is a big box, and it says HD antenna, and I'm like, yeah, okay, there's an HD antenna, much better. Let's sell an HD antenna for shortwave. Maybe things are going to be clearer. It's going to remove the noise. Jerry Hart, I'm a night owl, but before I retired, worked an early morning shift. Didn't work out too well. Yeah, I mean, we're night owls, but we're not all-nighters. So when we reach 2 or 3 a.m., that's where it doesn't get really good, because we don't want to go there. We just want to go to sleep. You know, it's funny because I'm sitting here working on stuff, listening to the radio, going around, and what happens is I have like this call. My body at some point, and when I mean at some point, it's like at some I'm just gonna check. Cho Young Radio just wrote to me. Cho Young Radio. So, okay. So for some reason, Shoyang is writing because they want to have a better idea of what is happening with the radios. So that's you know, I like Shoyang for that. They are working really, really hard in making things better. So I'm happy with that. You know, we don't have a lot of companies that you can interact with. You know, Texan has some good radios, but everybody that I've talked to that has contacts with Texan always tell me it's super complicated. They don't answer much, and they don't really interact much. when I see a company like Shoyoung trying to do something and trying to be proactive, make things better, I love that. Brad Shaver, encore. James Farley, can you buy the speaker from the PL880 separately? I don't know. You probably can get something somewhere that will fit. Is the actual real same speaker be available for sale? That's a different story. I don't know. I really don't know. You know, I remember the first time I read a phrase that said, like Kev Michael says, antenna's most important thing, is when I got the ICOM ICR A500 here. On the first or second page, they talk about antennas, and they say that the first thing you need is a good antenna, and your radio will perform as good as the antenna you have. And it's totally true. Totally true. I like that. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with DX we used to know. Yeah, there's a few people. There's a few like that Francis Moore, that are gone, that have disappeared over time. You know. Come on, Kevin Michael. I hope you have a HD antenna. Yeah, we can almost say that. And Jasmine says HD antenna for shortwave is the MLA30. Definitely for a lot of people. Well, you know what, Jasmine? What happens is I sometimes, this comes from the young days of how it was at home. I sometimes still today have panic attacks in the middle of the night, which is not cool. And I wish I wouldn't have. I don't have as many as used to have before. But I don't know, my brain is wired to act up at some point. So, that Asian DX and that special DX, I get it sometimes, because sometimes at 4 a.m. I'll be up because my body is in a mode where I feel like I'm just not feeling well. And it has nothing to do with a real physical problem. It has to do with this place here, which sometimes doesn't work right. So I manage it by two things. I manage it because when I wake up and I don't feel well, I'm like, nope, it ain't happening. It's in my head. The second thing is I'm going to do something, so I get up in the middle of the night and I just come here, turn on my Yaesu, and check what's on the band, if I can contact someone, if I can make a contact or something. But this is definitely something that is a plague in my life. But it's better than it used to be, but it's still there. And when I wake up and I don't feel well, it's really not cool. You know, it's borderline. Lately it's manageable. But it's been sometimes borderline. You want to go to the emergency room of an hospital, and which of course I've went in the past, and they come back with, well, there's nothing wrong with you. So you just look like an idiot in front of all of these people that don't understand you got a panic attack. So anyways, that's life. So is Tom Jones alive or not? I'm seeing it's alive. He's alive. He's not. He's alive. Is a zombie? So Wikipedia is the best place for that. Wikipedia, Tom Jones. Let's settle this once and for all. Tom Jones is singer. Okay, and here we go. So Tom Jones, born 7 June 1940. He's 84, and he's still alive. Here we go. It's settled. 84, still alive. There we go. Tom Jones is alive. Color TV. Oh, that one was also good. Richard Wagner. When they started saying that, this is a good antenna for color TV. And that's another, that's the funny thing of advertising. Putting words that seem to make your antenna or whatever device much better than something else. So now we have color TV antennas. They're so much better than black and white antennas. Benjino, well, you'll be happy. You're going to have a great radio. And you're going to have fun. And it's fun. There's this form factor of the PL990 that is kind of fun to handle also. Brad Shaver, I believe this might be a record-breaking time in show history. What's my record-breaking time? Didn't I do 5 hours and 30 minutes at some point? I think I did 5 hours and 30 minutes at one point. So might as well go for it. We're at what now? 5 hours? So, hey, let's beat it. Beat it. Let's go. Skyler Phoenix, what gauge wire should I use to run outside the house as a long wire antenna? It doesn't matter. Gauge doesn't matter for receive or transmit. What matters is that it's sturdy enough to be able to stand up to the weather. So take it thick enough so that even if it's snowing, ice, whatever, very windy, that it's actually capable of staying outside. Okay? Brian Weitermeier, nice to have you on board from the British Columbia Rockies. Nice to have you here. Francis Moore, good voice. Well, I karaoke all the time, so I kind of am used to singing a little. Side of Phoenix, can you use the MLA30 indoors in the window? It's not the best way to use it, but for a lot of people that just can't put an outdoor antenna, for a lot of people that actually works very well. Definitely. Dave says, work midnight to 7 a.m. shift. The problem wasn't staying awake, it was going to sleep. Yeah. I worked evening shifts. There was a job that they needed somebody in the evening. I was like, I hate getting up early. This is the biggest problem that I have. Getting up early, forget it. And that's always been a problem. Yeah, maybe because I go to bed later, but not necessarily. I just hate getting up early. So I had a job once, which was they required someone to go, work for the evening shift up to midnight. I was like, okay, I'm in. It didn't take long. Only 11 months of bills to next Christmas. Jasmine, I was introduced to this hobby through SDRs, so even my portable is an SDR. I can't fathom doing this without a waterfall display. I understand. I understand, because it's just amazing what you get there and what you could see. Definitely. Family television. Do you use a ground wire or counterpoise with your long wire antenna? So I'm using a half-wave end-fed antenna, which does not require to have one. That's why they are popular in situations like here where it's complicated to have an antenna outdoors. But I do, what I have is, so I got a big metal shed in my backyard. I've actually taken the ground wire and just put it on the metal shed, and it kind of, I think it even helps. It's so huge and a metal of a metal structure, it kind of helps and probably does counteract. Mike WX50. Jasmine says that makes sense, Joe. Get the sleep you need. Mike WX50. I wish I had a waterfall screen on my receivers. Yeah, oh man, I wish I had an SDR in the 80s. Imagine. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Radio Kid, when I used to get up at 4 a.m. in the 80s, there were all kinds of international broadcasts. Yep, I do that too in the 80s. Basically, I'd go and get all of these broadcasts. Absolutely. It's so cool. I remember sometimes going to bed late because I wanted to hear Transworld Radio Monaco, which was like 2 a.m. here in Montreal. I would just stay up until 2 a.m. to do this, you know. It's not unusual to be thought of dead when you're still alive. So we have to put it with the exact music. So it's not unusual to be thought of dead when you're alive. It's not unusual that people think you're gone. Oh, man. Google lied to you, Spindle Twister. There you go. That's the best phrase ever. I would see a bumper sticker. Google lied to me. But, you know, that's what the way it was, Jasmine. Back in the day, you know, you just had... Imagine, the first radio I have is even worse. No digital display. You not only have to find your station, so that interval signal is really important. And if you missed it, you spend a hell of a lot of time trying to find it and a sea of stations. Imagine that. I'm a star. Oh, I think Kevin asked if I was recognized or something in Montreal. You know, there's not a lot of Quebec and Montreal listeners or people watching what I do. But at least 5 or 6 occasions when I was in some of the most popular parks around Montreal with my radios, I had people like on the bike paths or people just walking by say, "You're the guy on YouTube with radios, and I see you with your radios right now." And I'm like, yeah, it happened maybe 4 or 5 times. You know, it's like, it's kind of funny because it's like, well, people just like out of the blue. It's like, "Oh, you're the guy on YouTube." Huh? All right. Hi. Hey, you know what, Kev Michael? If you don't use an HD antenna and you don't use a color antenna, not only you're not getting HD, but you're getting black and white, and you're going to watch all of those old shows, you know? Right, WX50, the log on the DX160 dial was fairly accurate. So that's not too bad. It helps. It really helps. Okay, Michael, 17675, Radio New Zealand. Jasmine, Jill said portables of today are better than some expensive radios of the 80s. Oh, yeah. Totally. Totally. A lot of them. A lot of them. What time is considered early to wake up? 6 or 9? 6. 9 is... For me, 9 is borderline, but 6 would be early. A color UHD antenna. No. Let's all do something. We're going to sell through this channel a new 4K antenna. How about it? 4K Ultra HD antenna. The first in the world. Man, I wonder how much money I'm going to make. You know, I'm going to make an infomercial. This is the first Ultra HD 4K antenna in the world. And if you actually call right now, you're going to get a second one free, plus shipping charges. All for the price of $89.99. Let's go. If I get orders tomorrow for that Ultra HD 4K antenna, I'm making one. I'm taking some antenna somewhere and just putting a label on it. Oh, man. Oh, an SDR in the 80s, 70s, and 80s? You know, imagine all the stuff that would have been there. Imagine. It's like, if you put yourself in the context of there's so many signals, you just don't know what to tune anymore because there's too many stations in your face. You know? Matt, stations always told you their frequencies anyway. It was, if anything was off, you'd learn where to tune from that. Ajay Dakota, if you had an SDR in the 80s, you might have it confiscated for as contraband. I don't know what it would be, but back in the 80s, dang. Man, people would have flipped their lids over SDRs in the 80s. You've seen the computer graphics at the time, like the video For Money or Nothing. We went ape for that stuff when it was new. Yep. You know, a lot of those video graphics were all done on a machine I have in front of me right now, the Amiga 500. And there was a thing called a video toaster. You'd buy the video toaster, pair it with your Amiga 500. That was what made the headlines on, you know, the national news. You'd see all the text on the screen and stuff. It was all made by Amigas. It was crazy. Nissan Greenwich, nice to have you on board. You made it big. People all over the world watching. Oh, man. Exactly. David, you know what? If you don't watch your SDR with a color TV antenna, your waterfall will be black and white. There you go. There you go. Jasmine, how about 8K? So everybody wants the 8K model instead. 4K so 2020. Okay, let's make an 8K one now. Have you ever wondered how your life could be better when watching TV? We've got the Ultra HD 8K color antenna. This will bring the world to your TV. And then you have this little lady who says, since I have my Ultra HD 8K antenna, I've been watching documentaries from all over the planet. Brad Shaver, I need my line of t-shirts. Skyler Phoenix, what do you think of the GA800 antenna? Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. I don't know. It's an amplified antenna. I know some people seem to like it, but I cannot give my opinion. And the AN48X antenna is a piece of junk compared to the MLA30. So, you know, when people say, you always talk about Texan in a beautiful way, the AN48X antenna from Texan is a piece of junk. I'll say it as many times as I want. Well, you know when I say it all the time, you know, if there was a guy like me doing a live show somewhere in the world, back in 1980, 82 when I started, I would have flipped. I would have loved. I would have been there all the time. I mean, we didn't know anything. We had to go through books and magazines and stuff. You know? It's crazy. Forget your life. Nice to have you here. And this is a reason you're here. Forget the life. Let's go to shortwave. So, you know, I say it all the time. I think shortwave and the internet is not killing shortwave. It's not, has nothing to do with that. What it has to do, it's like, you know, shortwave has never helped the hobby as much as it does. How many people am I reaching? How many people are watching? How many young radio listeners I got to the hobby? And just, you know what? It's just cool. Like, if I can get some 20-year-old infected with the shortwave bug, it's cool. My job is done. We've got somebody new in the hobby. You know, we're talking about it all the time where clubs often are just you know, battling out. It's like there's a I don't know, competition. Why is there a competition? We're in a hobby that's already complicated, where how many people are leaving and so on. It's just, yeah. But Andy New, do you have an MLA30? Because the AN48, you have to tune it, and that's the problem. And here, in the city where I live, it doesn't work well because it's overloaded by everything. You know, the MLA30, you just leave it there and don't do anything. That's the thing. Okay, Michael, that Grundig Satellite 750. Don't get me, you know, going for another drink. So we're 10 minutes away from breaking my record. Even 5. I think it's what? 5 hours and 30. I believe it's 5 hours and 30. I don't know if anybody could search through the archives of live shows on my channel, but I think 5 hours and 30 is pretty much the record breaker. I'm pretty sure. Daryl, my S350DL went up and down 9, 10 kilohertz, nothing. Yeah, Brian, but you know what? You know, we're talking about that. Did I ever go over 6 hours? I don't think so, Matt. I think 5:30 is. I think 5:30 is the limit. I think it's the longest one I've ever done is 5:30. I don't think we went over 6, but I might be wrong. I don't know. It's been a long time. It's been a long. James Farley, how's that elderly radio doing? Well, it's there. It's kind of. I think it's looking at me. Yeah, it's right there, looking at me. I haven't used it in a while. I should take it out. I should take it out, but it's funny, you know. You know why, Richard Wagner? The AN48 it does work but it's so finicky in tuning on some frequencies that it's just difficult on some of the frequencies you want to tune in. So I don't know. Anyways, the important thing is if you're using one and you're happy, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Yeah, that Westinghouse works well. That Westinghouse right here. I would have to plug it with the antenna of my Yaesu to have it turned on, and be kind of nice. But as you're saying, Brian, you know what the problem is? When I was recording the International Radio Report yesterday with Sheldon, we talked a little bit about hobbies and how nobody wants to take anybody's place anymore. I mean, there's Danny Shortwave that does live. But there's like not a lot of people wanting to replace anyone or do anything. Particularly, I did mention that I was a little tired of doing the utility column in the Messenger yesterday, and what keeps me going is just that I understand that if I don't do it, nobody will come up to the bat and do it. So I don't want to leave people behind and say, it doesn't work. Hey, Different Gear TV. Well, you've been if you stay for I'm gonna look at the time. If you stay for 3 more minutes, you are probably in a record-breaking show just before you go to bed. So December 6, 2019, and it's 5 hours and 30, Matt. So almost exactly 5 years ago. Wow. December 6th, we're December 7th. It's like there's something around this date. Now let's go in our conspiracy theories of what happens early December with this channel. So you will be part of everybody that's it's 6:14. I did a 6:14. I still have 45 minutes to go. Well, I'll do it. So I'm sorry, Different Gear, if you're tired. With 45 minutes to go. I'm sorry. I thought it was 5:30. So thanks for checking it out, Matt. So we'll beat it. Let's go for it. So take care, Different Gear TV. Always nice to have you here anyways. See you next week. I didn't even think that would go that far. You know what? It was so quiet in the chat and everything at the first hour that I thought, wow, doing 3 hours is going to be a tough one. And, well, you look, things change. And it's not the first time that happens. It happens so many times that in the first hour, things are so relaxed that it's like you're just wondering, because when you do a live show, I'm a blabbermouth. I talk a lot, but I need feedback. I need people that are there to kind of, just give me something that I can comment on, or maybe a question. And sometimes it's not going that way. So it's like, yeah, let's do things and see. So, no problem, Skylar Phoenix. James de Calais, bravo. Merci beaucoup. Il n'est pas encore là. Encore 45 minutes. Mais on va y arriver. We're going to go for it. And I will need a 4th drink. And I am really, I'll tell you guys, I'm getting drunk. And I got no problem with that. I mean, let's go for it. It's a record and just have fun. Jeff in for ZHM. So nice to have you here. Different Gear says, I'll tell you what, I'll set the laptop next to the bed and see how it goes. I might stay awake. Cool. Different gear TV. Jasmine, I'll keep asking weird questions from another dimension. So it's shortwave something and another planet. That is true, Matt. That is true. But I will also, I'll say, I'll be fair in one thing tonight. I had a hard week. I mentioned it at the early of the show. And I don't know, for some reason tonight I just want to be, even if it's virtual, kind of want to be with people. I don't want to be just lonely in my shack. And don't take it negative or it's sad. It's not. It's, if I'm lonely in my shack, I'm okay. But it's, I think there's something where I just want to be sharing this a little more today. 17490 RGA Dakota is China. They've been on that frequency. I think they're jamming Taiwan. Let's go here if I hear it. 1749. I see a little something, but I've seen a lot of reports on 17490. Honestly, so but that you know, that's a good. The fact that it starts at 3 p.m. local time does make it easier to go a little further. So shows might be longer for that reason, absolutely. You know. Justin, what are your thoughts on the RSP-1A versus the RSP-1B? There's more difference. Look, the only thing I can say is what they're saying is that it's apparently an improved version. I did see on their page that the RSP-1A is now discontinued, if I'm not mistaken. So you have to buy the 1B now. And you probably, anyways, better buy the 1B because it might be locked out of future updates of the software. So our 1B is the way to go. One of the things I know about the 1B is that the casing inside, the radio inside the casing is metal. The 1A was plastic. So there is apparently some improved noise reduction. Well, there are some. Forget your life. There are some ionospheres on other planets. They were talking about how Mars does have some auroras, although a lot less apparent than here, because here it's kind of, you know, a rough thing. So I would guess Mars might have an ionosphere, although probably a lot weaker than what the Earth has, because of the one planet that has an ionosphere as strong as ours is probably Venus. Venus has a very thick atmosphere. It's very toxic. So, you know, if you go to Venus to DX, you might be dead. But that said, there are probably some DX to have on Venus, as long as there's somebody else to talk to. John, KQ4DUI. Nice to have you here from West Palm Beach, Florida. Matt, it's a party. Yes, it is. How about it? So, I call CHU and ask them what time it is. I like that. Look, I remember. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Let me go and fill up my glass, okay? Let's. If we're about to break a world record, it has to happen with a glass full, or at least with more than, you know, what it is right now. Remember, I'm going to beat a record here. How about celebrating with a donation, the super chat, and the pizza fund, of course, which will end up being late, but the restaurant that I'm ordering from is 24 hours, so it's going to be fun. So the pizza fund through PayPal. Thanks, guys, for being there. And you know what? I'm having as much fun as you guys are having fun. If I wasn't, I would not be here doing this. So let me go and refill this with the soothing sounds of talking of CHU.
CHU, Canada. Coordinated Universal Time. 1 hour, 38 minutes. Une heure, 38 minutes. CHU, Canada. Son universel ordonné. Une heure, 39 minutes. 1 hour, 39 minutes.
Can imagine my next door neighbor wondering what the hell is that beep. So we're supposed to have snow tonight for about 4 to 5 inches, and the snow is slowly starting here. So it's going to be a snowy night for Montreal. So English broadcast on 17735. They have it here. 17735. Nothing here. Let's check out the schedules. 17735 is at this time wow, there's no inscription for 17735 in English. Wow. Are you sure it's not 17730? Just out of curiosity, because China radio is in English and this time on 17730. But there's nothing on 735. So for those you guys remember, that I know some of you do, but cheers, by the way, as we're going for the record. Let's do 24 hours. When we were listening, it was late at night, and we were listening to Shortwave, and we were decoding. I was decoding Navtex transmission from Iqaluit Marine Broadcast in Canada, U.S. Coast Guard, and phone numbers came on the screen, and I said, "Hey, let's call a number." And I was so surprised that somebody actually picked up the phone. Man, that was a great night. It was just so funny. Shortwave can be used for aliens because shortwave is actually bouncing off the ionosphere. So that's why NASA and that's why spacecrafts use very high and even ultra high and super high frequencies so that they go through the ionosphere all the time. Oh, man. Jasmine, what if aliens only listen for civilizations on shortwave frequencies because that would indicate they left their planet and built transmitters in space? Sort of like prerequisite tests. Well, we got to remember one thing, is that part of the shortwave spectrum does go into space when the ionosphere goes down at night. So, for example, 20 to 30 megahertz, that part of shortwave, if, sun goes down, solar activity isn't too high, that's lost in space. So there could be communications through that. As long as the sun's not up, where, it's going to mess up with the communication. KU heard the Canadian Military Trenton broadcast this week on 15034. Have you heard this lately? I haven't heard the 15034 in a long time. I've heard 6754, but 15034 in a long time. Mike B, what's in the glass that you're drinking? Is that an ionosphere ale? This is the ionosphere drink. Vodka and cranberry juice. $24-hour pizza. Yep. 24-hour. When I would go, there was a bar that I would go with friends when I was younger. And I would go there by bike. And when I would come back at 3 a.m., I would stop there and have pizza at 4 a.m. in the morning before I come back home. Francis Moriarty Richards is like that zombie. It's pretty crazy. Oh, man. Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much, Dave. Much appreciated. It'd be interesting, if we could have these thingies sent to these planets and see what propagation looks like on, shortwave and on different frequencies. It'd be kind of weird to see that. Jasmine, CHU is like something I imagine like Canadian equivalent of Guantanamo Bay playing to get terrorists to confess. Well, if you put it, full loud sound in your earbuds and say, well, we're not stopping it until you confess, it could work. A good indoor shortwave antenna. The problem is indoors antennas are never good in most part today. Back in the 80s, noise was so low you could put a wire. I remember I did that. Put a wire in the ceiling in the living room and listen to the world. That's how I listened to Radio Australia for the first time in my life. But today in 2024, we have all of these electronic gadgets, and they're all super noisy. So your best hope indoors would be an MLA30 magnetic loop, because it can maybe, take out some of the noise. But it's a tough one. It's a tough one. James Farley, shall call up the VCF girl and say, hey, babe, remember me? What was funny about it is because I was surprised. I thought it would be a machine. So when somebody answered, I was like, well, I'm live. I can't just hang up like a stupid idiot. I gotta ask something, say hello. And it was great. It's like, but the next day she did post a comment on the video and said, thank you for making my evening. It was like so cool. It's like she was like, this was the best moment. It was just so cool. So Radio Romania, yep. Radio Romania is on 7325, sorry. Absolutely. There should be Radio Slovakia in English on 15770. Let's check it out. Oh, WRMI is gone at 15770 tonight. That's interesting. Should be on. Should be on. Kevin Michael has 17350 is Coastal Station. Never knew that. Okay. Yeah, because around that frequency range, it is Marine Band. Oh, don't worry, Matt. We'll smash the record. Radio Kid, I figured out how to walk away from my small portables that normally need to be held. Put them on a metal grid ironing board. Yeah, they just need like a counterpoise, so, you know. Yeah, Kamikaze, we're breaking our world record. We are soon in something like 30 minutes to break the record. So, yeah, switching power supplies are crazy, noisy, forget your life. No, I'm pretty close now. I'm very, very close to the real time now. Daryl. Okay, so I'm not in the chat now, so we're continuing our broadcast. The world, this is a world first. I wonder what, you know, I mean, some people on the internet must have done much more than that. But I'm just wondering what would be the record-breaking, you know, live shows we've seen on different platforms. So, RJ Dakota, Mulite is listing shed and is a Philips LED, which is either low noise or no noise. I can switch a few times to make sure it works well. Penny C, yes, is this live? Absolutely. We are live, trying to break a record of my longest show ever. So, yeah, when you're too close to transmitters, the problem is that all of these signals actually are sent upwards for bouncing on the ionosphere. So you end up in that skip zone, which is often where you don't hear anything. It happened a lot here when Radio Canada International from Sackville, on the higher frequencies like 9755, it would often be one of the frequencies that wasn't actually, I could barely hear most of the time, because from Sackville to here, I was in that skip zone for North America. So, you know. Jeff, and for ZHM, I use a 5BTV with an AirSpy and SDR Sharp to listen to Shortwave. Cool. You know, I mean, the AirSpy, I haven't used it in a while. I should plug it in. It's a nice little device. It's, you know, it's pretty cool. MBK2, I knew Mystery Science Theater 3000's Forever-a-thon. Live shows all seem to end right at 96 hours, 4 days. So that seems to be built-in time limit. YouTube imposes. Yeah, YouTube does impose a time limit for the live shows. That I know. That for sure. You have to restart the stream every X time. Skyler Phoenix, why does the MLA30 say not to connect to a transmitter? Not for ham radios? Because the MLA30 is an amplified antenna. It has an electronic circuit board that amplifies what the loop is getting and sends it to your radio. If you transmit on the MLA30, you're going to blow the board. So that's why it doesn't work. But there are loops out there, and I wish I knew that before. When I purchased the W6 LVP loop, which cost me a fortune, I would have actually purchased the one that lets you transmit on. And maybe I could have, get more of the lower frequencies. Because 40 meters and below, forget it. I got too much noise. James Johnson, nice to have you here. Been a while. WA4493SWL, Jax, Florida. How are you? Pretty cool. We're breaking a record now. We're about to break a 6-hour record live show. So that's going to be cool. Josh, I can always get Radio Marti full string. Oh, that is always very, very powerful. Kevin Michael, RCI, Sackville. Yeah. Scotty Phoenix, blow wishboard on the MLA30 on the radio. No, on the MLA30. Inside that little box that says MLA30 is a circuit board. And that's an amplifier. So if you transmit, gone is the amplifier. What frequency does Voyager 1 use? I've seen somewhere in the 5 gigahertz range that they're transmitting. So the transmitter now, as of last time that I checked, is like about 4 watts. It's weaker than it used to be. And they're even using a backup transmitter because the old transmitter gave out. And the transmitter they're using had not been turned on like for 20, 30 years, if not 40. So they're lucky because they almost lost communications with it. So we don't know exactly. It uses 2.65 SWAT cats, but there's another one at 5 point something. I remember seeing that too. So there could be several frequencies being used. But imagine like 4 watts at billions and billions of kilometers from here. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. How do you get 4 watts? I know that at the receive center, they need to have a computer use a lot of, we talk about noise reduction on our computers and DSPs, like on my Yaesu. I mean, they have super duper noise reduction, and that is getting that very, very weak signal from billions of kilometers away. It's just incredible when you think about it. Thank you, Penny C, for the support for the live streams. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. I am not going to promise it, but if anybody is not doing anything, because something has turned up, so I'll be going out on Christmas Eve for a few hours. But I'll be back early. And one thing came to mind this week is maybe I'll do a it's possible I'll do a live show. For those of you that on Christmas Eve aren't doing anything special, because when I'll be back, I'm not gonna, I don't want to go to a party or anything. So I'm not promising it, but it's a possibility. What else do we have? Brad Shaver's setting off fireworks for tonight's record-breaking show. You're all part of history tonight. Can you imagine that? Part of history. What about the Lone Ranger? Yeah. Yeah, FT8. FT8's part of those weak signal modes. An MLA 30. That would be so good. An MLA 30. Yeah, we're receiving Voyager with a chain of MLA 30s all plugged in parallel. I can tell you one thing, Kev Michael. No one except NASA with its huge antenna farm can receive Voyager. Radio Kit, it actually is received at several stations around the world. The very large array antennas in New Mexico. There's a tracking station in Australia. There's quite a few places where the signal is being received. What's the occasion? Well, we were talking, live stream was going on, and as we were getting closer and closer, Matt started talking about, well, what's the, we're close to the live show, record here. And I thought, well, let's go for it. Cool, Brian. I'll be checking it out. It might not be a super long show, but, and it's going to be late, so it's not going to be like at 20 hours UTC. It's going to be more like at 1 UTC. It's going to be a night around this time, because I'll be doing a few things and going to for Christmas for somebody, but then I'll be coming here, and so I'll be like at 02 UT maybe. It's going to be a late night one, but maybe could be interesting. I would have bought champagne if I'd known. A spindle twister. My pizza joint is 24 hours. I can order at 4 a.m. if I want, and there's somebody there. One of the last places in Montreal actually that does that. Yeah, it's really a radio astronomy dishes. Swatcast, the only antennas that can pick up Voyager 1, signals 3 Madrid, Spain. Yeah, there's Spain. There's the Australian place, and so there's a lot of stuff. Records are made to be broken. So a V07 in a minute on 18249, guys. Let's check it out. He talked about it at the beginning of the show. Let's try it. 18249. There's a lot of. There's XBB. There's V13 also on. Those are lower frequencies. No. So 18249, let's tune that. If anybody's hearing, 18249. Yes, I do believe, Carl Icon, that the SAQ transmission will probably be on the 24th, yes. RJ Dakota is picking up 18249. Not hearing anything here. So it's a thing for you guys on the West Coast. No, they don't want to rebuild Kamikaze. They're not going to rebuild the receiver antenna. It was already on track for being decommissioned. So I think it gave them the when the storm hit, it gave them the okay. That's it. We're gone. Oh, James Johnson, definitely. Here in Montreal, we don't have a lot anymore. It is sad because I remember one of those, not far from here, I would go out with some friends, and as an early adult, and we would end up at a delicatessen that was on the corner of a street not far from here. We had to go in the downstairs. It was like in the basement thing. And I remember like going there so many times with my friends, eating all sorts of things, pizza, whatever. And they had, the jukebox, the chrome jukeboxes on each table where you would just put money and then choose your songs. It was like the flip thing where they were all flipping with, oh, there's this song I want to hear. So cool. And that closed down at least 20 years ago. And so the place I order from, which is called Miami Delicatessen, is one of the last places I know that is a 24-hour place, honestly. Jace Gilbert, nice to have you here. And no, I'm still live. We're breaking a record. You're just in for the record. In about 15 minutes, I will have the longest show I've ever had. We'll beat that. The longest show I've ever had with 6 hours and 14 minutes. We're at 6 hours, 1 minute, and 54 seconds and counting. You know what I liked about the search for extraterrestrial intelligence SETI? You guys remember when they had the software that you would install on your PC, and your PC would be used to search for alien signals? I remember having that running 24 hours on my PC. It was like, wow, what if an alien signal could be heard thanks to that? I mean, what frequency would... I mean, the consensus, because everybody's always like, we're human and we think in our human way, and I'm always thinking, well, maybe aliens are thinking in an alien way that's different from us. I mean, I know that the hydrogen frequency, resonating frequency, which is in the 2 gigahertz range, is what most of the scientific community think is where we would communicate as a species and aliens. And my first thought about that was, well, if hydrogen resonates there, isn't that creating interference? Isn't that where it's not where we should be listening to? That's my radio side thinking. So I don't know. It's something that always kind of, what would be the best frequency? I mean, there's life in the universe besides us, for sure. Intelligent life is a more complicated thing, but I think that there must be. It's just that we're so far apart. I mean, the universe is so huge. It's kind of difficult to communicate between each other. There might be some guy talking about shortwave on Planet X in another galaxy, and it's like, we don't know. J Projects, the NASA Deep Space Network, Deep Space Network dashboard shows live radio activity. It's pretty cool to watch. Voyager 1 sometimes shows up there. Cool. Cool. People are hearing it. Here on the East Coast, it's not making it. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, you had the screensaver with all the the little peaks and the 3D waterfall thing. It was so cool. It was so cool. On CKUT, James Johnson, yeah. CKUT. We are, me and Sheldon are co-host. Scatter Phoenix just ordered an NLA30 indoor for use for indoor. It should work to a certain point, hopefully. Yeah, well, back then, bitcoins were not there yet back in the day. But, yeah. Still remember, Jasmine, you know what? I remember this guy that had purchased bitcoins for like $1 each. And like a year later, he thought it'd never amount to anything, and he bought a pizza with his bitcoins for like $10 and or 10 bitcoins. And then somebody told him, well, you know, you just purchased a $700,000 pizza like a few years later. It's like, yeah. That must hurt, you know. Mike WX50 says, I loaded the SETI software on all our computer lab computers at school. I mean, we ran that thinking, well, no, SETI at home has been shut down several years ago. 1.42. Okay, yeah, 14. Yeah, you're right, SWAT cats. 1.42. Isn't that the wrong frequency to use? Because if the hydrogen line is there, isn't that interfering with what we would communicate with? You know, just thinking about it. So yeah, it's 1.42 something. Yep. Okay, Michael, 18249, a woman counting in Spanish. No, it's not Cuban. It's coming out of Asiatic Russia, I believe. J Projects, I read there used to be a SETI net on 14202. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like Matt says. I mean, we've been here for, and you know, what's the amount of years that we've been sending a signal that is going outside of our planet? Plus, we have to not forget one thing. When you look at our radio signals, they're not focused signals. They're broad signals. So it's not going to go as far as focusing a signal in a single point somewhere with a directional antenna. Yeah, SWAT cats. There's still a lot of controversy on that. That was heard on the Big Ear radio telescope. That fascinated me because the WOW signal is called WOW because a signal was received, and it was received in a way that it seemed pretty good, and I don't know, you know, it's never been received again in that part of the sky ever. What could it be? A reflection off a satellite of a signal on Earth, or from some, you know, asteroid or something? Because remember that VHF, UHF signals can actually be, you know, bounced off any sphere, any device. And I don't know. That one's a good one, though. There was a couple of documentaries on how they say, oh, I think we know now, but I'm not sure we know. Is it an equipment failure? What is it? But that's probably that WOW signal is, if you guys want to check it out, go to Wikipedia, type WOW signal. In August 1977. It's the closest thing we've ever heard that could be alien. You knew the Bitcoin pizza guy? No, but back then, and the day it happened, I was part of a network of tech people and it was a known fact that it was a real thing. It was not a fake story, and that that guy had purchased bitcoins for almost nothing, and because at the beginning that's what it was. When it started, bitcoins were easy to get. It was cost you nothing. And there was a pizza place that decided that, you know, Bitcoin could be important, so maybe we should sell pizzas in bitcoins, have Bitcoin transactions. And he purchased a pizza for like 10 bitcoins, which, fortunately, a long time later, not that long later, a year or two later, was like, whoa, that's a $700,000 pizza. Yeah, that is probably one of the oldest transmitters, the Grimton Sweden CW transmitter called Icon. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I know somebody that had 4 or 5 bitcoins that lost all the info on how for his wallet, on how to get it. He's never gonna get it again, ever. And you look, I remember asking him and said, how does it feel to have 5 bitcoins that are like so valuable that you'll never be able to get because you lost all of the info on the keychain and everything? I was like, and there's nothing you can do about it. They're lost forever. Radio Red October 0409 in Finland. Wow. You're staying late. Radio New Zealand on 16760. You got a problem there, man. Radio New Zealand is not there on 16760. You got an image problem. Wow is wow. Roswell and Henswell. I like that. Josh got 7490, which is WBCQ. Jasmine, that pizza is now worth $1 million. That's good. Pretty good. $1 million pizza. So guys, I want to have all of your donations. I want to buy $1 million pizza tonight. And since it's $1 million pizza, I will share it. So I'll take a plane and we'll meet somewhere. So we're a minute away from the longest show ever. We're at 6:13:49 according to OBS Studio. And I like the report of the week when I can get it, because I'm never around when I actually, it's playing, but I like to listen to it when it's there. Big dish antenna on the far side of the moon. If there is a big dish antenna on the far side of the moon, they're going to be broadcasting Brother Stare. Imagine the aliens running away, saying, "Okay, that planet is nuts. Let's just leave." Nah, never dabbled in crypto or anything. The worst part is when the Bitcoin started, I had an opportunity to have it not that, pretty cheap. And I thought, Bitcoin or whatever, maybe I would have been a millionaire today. I don't know. I'm the guy that likes a big, thick crust, and that I can eat with butter. And I usually take pepperoni, but sometimes it could be, pepperoni and or all dress or whatever. So, I think we beat a record. We're at 6 hours and 15 minutes, guys. This is a record. So cheers, everybody. Pick up your water bottles, your Coca-Cola, your beer, your whatever. And let's just say, cheers, everyone. This is a record-breaking show, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We'll be ordering pizza. So, anything else before we, we'll sign off soon because I need to edit the International Radio Report, if possible. So, this is pretty cool. You guys have been part of the record-breaking show. So it was what, 6 years ago, Matt, that you said? So this is cool. This is cool. This is really cool. I like to see people still here. You know what? What amazes me is not that I broke a world record of my own show. It's to see that people have stayed here for all of the time that it actually was happening. You know, it's like I'd be bored of myself if I'd watched me for 6 hours. I don't know, guys. You guys are fans like, I don't know, like crazy. Oh, man. This is cool. And it's really nice to have all of you here doing this. So pretty cool. Yeah, usually it's it's mostly pepperoni and cheese, but it could be more sometimes. If there's smoked meat, sometimes smoked meat with that. I'm more of a meat buff, so the more meat on it, the better it is usually. Jasmine. Oh God, Clone Blooderstare's voice. That sounds scary, Jasmine. I was surprised to see the live was still going on at this time. Incredible. Imagine, I can talk my way into 6 hours and 18 minutes. Pretty crazy. One thing I liked, and it doesn't happen here anymore, Pizza Hut is not where I go for my pizza. Here in Montreal, we got a lot of local pizza places that are amazing. But it's different, and from time to time, Pizza Hut is, like I'll have a Pizza Hut pizza because it's different. And what I did like, though, with Pizza Hut, that has closed down not far from here, is that there was a Pizza Hut buffet. You could taste 6 or 7 different Pizza Hut pizzas, and that I enjoyed. So $15,949 upper sideband for V07. Let's go there. 15,9. Nothing here on 15,949. Nothing here on 15,949. You know what? You guys are going to be very surprised. I'm a Quebec guy, but poutine for me is 1 or 2 little bites, and I got enough. I don't like poutine. Pirates. Let's check out Pirates. Let's go here. I'm not hearing much pirates here right now. The kid remembers the Pizza Hut buffet. Yeah, I like that. You know, it's like you could taste different pizzas, and it was fine. It was like, you know, cool. And he had salad and pasta and stuff. Here they closed it down about a year ago. Andy K2 says, good to see the 8500 getting some usage. It's like your shows from 7 to 8 years ago. Yeah, it's I put it on, so for sure it's, you know, always there. Yeah, I got a Domino's here, not very far, and I've never ordered from Domino's. I don't know what it tastes like. Mike WX50, 15949, Spanish numbers, lady. Pretty cool. No, we just call it bacon. We just call it bacon. We don't call it Canadian bacon. We call it bacon. Yeah, they can call it bag bacon. But usually we just say bacon. You guys know that here in the story about Pizza Hut here in Quebec, we are known to be one of the places where we have the most local pizza places. You know, like good old family-owned pizza places. So when Pizza Hut actually got their first franchises in Quebec, they actually made their pizza, and they took months to have people taste it before they ever opened the first restaurant. And every time after they opened their first restaurant, they actually, every time there was a new pizza to be sold, they would always have people taste it before they ever released the pizza itself, because they knew that we were one of the most difficult gang to have, you know, to say that a pizza is good. So that's how Pizza Hut got into Quebec. They made us taste pizza, and if we thought it was bad, they would not release it. And that's how they got into Quebec, because Quebec is known for its really very, complex pizza situation. Dr. Arshit Joshi, nice to have you here from India. Good morning. Good morning. Get another drink. Oh, man. But, this is, I don't know. Here we call it bacon. But, yeah, I've seen it called back bacon. I think it's where it comes from, what part of the animal it comes from. It's like we have baby back ribs here, Oh, I can live off pizza and pasta alone. I can tell you that. Yeah, Montreal is known for the video game studio places. I got a friend of mine actually works there. Works at Ubisoft. And he's been working there for, 20 years, 15 years. I think he was one of the first that actually worked there when they opened the studio here for Ubisoft. So there's a lot of stuff happening here. It's pretty cool. But it's getting tough. I know that the game studios in Montreal are having a hard time. And No, our bacon is different from yeah, bag bacon. Bag bacon is different from American bacon. Definitely. Definitely. Yep, absolutely. I remember he started his job, so we're in 2024. He started his job there as I was starting my my little tech company to fix computers. And I remember he told me, "Why aren't you coming to work for Ubisoft instead of doing that?" And I said, "I can be tied to a company. I've never been. I just can't. It's in my head, I know, but I rather do my own thing. I've always done my own thing, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm doing my own thing. You know, it's the way I am. It's the way I want to be, and it's the way I want to live. Do my own thing. I don't want a boss. I don't want somebody telling me what I'm going to do. I will do what I want to do, and that's always been." Skylar Phoenix, 5 golden tooks, 4 pounds of bag bacon, 3 French toasts, 2 turtlenecks, and a beer. So I got to sing it. 5 golden tooks, 4 pounds of bag bacon, 3 French toast, and 2. What is it? I don't have the. 5 golden tooks, 4 pounds of bag bacon, 3 French toast, 2 turtlenecks, and a beer. I got to sing it, Jill. So, you know, it's the way I've always been, basically. So RGA Dakota says, "I'm not singing off fireworks when this show is over. New world record." Not. What do you mean not? So is it still snowing outside? And we were supposed to have. Oh yeah, it's snowing now. It's supposed to have like I don't know if I can show you guys. You guys want to see outside? It's not snowing very hard though. But let me check if I can show you guys outside. So I got these big black curtains for my YouTube stuff because I don't want to have any light, and it also stops the sound from outside, by the way, just for your education. So here we go, guys. This is what it looks like, and I don't know if you could see it through the light, but it is. Let me just check it out here. Here we go. So there you go, guys. That was outside where it's minus 7 degrees Celsius and snowing. Skyler Phoenix, I wonder if Strange Brew and Doug and Bob McKenzie are even big in Canada. You know what you got to be careful here in Canada is that there's Canada and there's Quebec, and the education, the Canadian way of things differ from these two places, and it's kind of interesting. It's sometimes a little touchy because you gotta be careful, but Oh, you know what, James Farley? Some of the best souvenirs I have from my teenage years is sitting down. I remember sitting down, listening to Africa Number 1 in Gabon or Radio Nigeria in a snowstorm outside, and thinking, this is so cool. I'm listening to these stations where they are in warm places, warm tropical places. And this is, there's a snowstorm outside. It's just so amazing, you know? Yeah. There are a lot of things that the rest of Canada is more Canadian about than a lot of things happening in Quebec. Like there's a lot of things in happening in Quebec that the rest of Canada has no idea. It's so funny that, you know, the two big differences that are happening, where it's just like half of Canada has almost no idea what's happening in Quebec. Half of Quebec doesn't know what's happening in Canada for a lot of parts and a lot of things. It's very weird to have that, you know. We're not going to go through politics too much because it offends a lot of people. But it's you know, it's the way it is. Yeah, the two solitudes, absolutely. And we are different. That's the way it is, but it's crazy. Who needs Duran Duran after listening to a show? Who needs Duran Duran? Yep. Oh man, it was, you know, it was crazy times. I think it's not over. There'll be another one someday. There's, you know what's the worst part about it? Is it shows the inability of people being capable of talking about being different and still wanting to be together. That's the biggest crap. It's like, yeah, we could sit down and talk about being different. Why can't it be? So it's the same thing as, you know, anything else. It's like the same thing as in the United States, you know, black versus white versus, you know, why don't you just sit on your ass and talk? Yeah, wavelength. Van Morrison. Yeah. I know. James Farley, I had a dream you were into inviting me up to the 3rd floor. Hey, if you guys come to Montreal, let me know. Scatter Phoenix, you Americans ever seen Canadian parody of the map of North America? On it, the U.S. is referred to as the lower southern area. Pirate reported on 6950, says Matt. Let's go back to shortwave. We're too political now. I'm surprised on the East Coast where I'm not receiving a lot of pirates tonight. Usually that's where it is. So in 4 minutes, by the way, and in case of traffic, the VO07, the VO7 or V07 is going to be on 14549. 14549. Oh, I heard a tone, though. I'm wondering if I might not hear this one. There's a tone. What's that tone? It starts and stops. Do you guys hear a tone on 14549? That's interesting. We'll go wherever it goes, Matt. That's the way life is. Let's go wherever we're going in life. So that are those test tones V07 related, Matt? Because you seem to be hearing them. So if I hear the tones, I might hear the broadcast this time. Oh, wow. Cool. So tonight, we're going where life is actually sending us. That's all the way it is. Wherever life brings us, it's going to be the way it is. I remember I told you that I edit the International Radar Report. And I remember when somebody said, when there was the Winterfest, somebody said, it's 2 a.m. Did you edit the show? And I said, nope. I'm waiting for all of this to end, and I'll edit at 3 a.m. if it has to be edited at 3 a.m. It's the way it goes. So I'm hearing the tones. That's cool. No, I'm sorry, but the Earth is in the shape of a hot dog. If you guys have never seen it, the Earth is the shape of a hot dog. Okay, well, I'm hearing tones that are like about 2 or 3 seconds long, and that stop. So maybe that's it. Dr. Arshi Joshi, happy holidays to you too. Merry Christmas to you, your loved ones, and I hope everything is going well, and that you have a great holiday. Much appreciated. RJ Dakota hearing tones on 15549. Hot dog, no ketchup. Hot dog, no ketchup. All right, all right. That's gonna be the battle. Canadian American hot dog. It better be an American hot dog. It's probably much bigger. No mustarding. No mustard and no ketchup. Okay? Jay Wynn, nice to have you here. Oh, yeah, I remember James Farley. I'm hearing it. It's very weak, but I'm hearing it, and I'm hearing tones over it. Anybody hearing the tones and the VO7 at the same time? But I'm hearing it. It's very weak, but I'm hearing it. 14549. K6YYL loud in Southern California. Cool. Cool. This is really cool. Really cool. It's not very strong, but it's there in the East Coast. This is really, really nice. So James Johnson only got the voice. With the kid, I'm not getting it either. But the question is anybody hearing the tone also? I'm hearing a tone that lasts for 3 seconds or something. But I'm hearing the voice also. All together. No, more than 3 seconds. It's like 10 seconds or something. Just out of curiosity. I'm just curious, are the tones local to me or not? Scattered Phoenix, hey, I'm getting 15459. Call icon 6925 upper sideman parrot music into New York. Weak but copyable. So no tones in Arizona. Maybe it's local. That's weird. Dwayne as voice and tone in Tennessee. Yeah, I got the tones too. Jasmine, I think this is the first time we had the same obscure signal. Yeah. Mike B, we have small local place here in Colorado. Makes up some stone-fired pizza with burnt ends and caramelized onions. That sounds good. Kevin Michaels got 15549. So Kimberly is not hearing any tones. Have you ever gotten WD on all the frequencies at one time? Well, WWV, you mean? Probably not, because of the daytime pattern that makes it yes or no. But I've heard it in a lot of frequencies. Probably a lot of frequencies. Richard Weiner got it in Northeast Illinois. Jasmine doesn't hear tones. Yes, Ricky, I'm still here. We beat the record tonight. The record of the longest show I've ever done is 6 hours and 14 minutes, sorry. And we're at 6 hours and 42 now. So we beat the record tonight. And we're listening to V07. Check it out, Ricky, right now. Go to 14549, Spanish number stations from Asiatic Russia. Tune in right now. It's still going on. Number stations in Spanish, 14549. And it's coming out of Asiatic Russia, I guess. So V07, let me just check V07 here. It's info here. So V So V07, Spanish lady. It's coming out of Khabarovsk, Russia, in Asiatic Russia. And it's a female in Spanish. V07 was first noted as early as 1995 using a male voice initially. So it's pretty cool. So Ricky is hearing the number station on 14549. Cool. But here I hear the tone. Some of us hear the tone. Maybe more on the East Coast. It's pretty cool. Incredible. Female voice in Spanish, yes, RJ Dakota. That's exactly what it is. Arctic Circle says no tone. Dave says first interactive live stream for me in a record. Cool. So that is really, really nice. So, hey guys, I do have to eat and edit a international radio report for tomorrow. So, I want to thank you guys for being here for this groundbreaking live show. 6 hours and 46 minutes right now. I gotta say, didn't think that we'd go there tonight with the first hour, but that's how it is, and now that's how things happen. Thanks you guys for being here. Without you guys, it would not have lasted 6 hours anyways. It's fun to have the interaction and have all of you guys here. I'm drunk after all, four drinks now? It's like, whoa. So, it's always nice to have you guys around. We'll be back next week, 20 hours UTC. Stay safe. And love you all, guys. Okay? Much appreciated. You guys are great. Thanks for the donations for every single person that have donated. And thanks for being great fans. Okay? Jasmine wants me to drunk dance to Moscow Nights. So let's put Moscow Nights and say farewell at the same time. Love you guys. I'm just gonna check something, okay, guys? Because I want to put Moscow Nights, but I'd like to not have headphones. Can I have Moscow Nights playing and not have the headphones? Let me just see. I'm going to try an experiment here. Moscow Nights. Moscow Nights. I've changed a little something here. See if... And I want you guys to tell me if you hear it or not. So... Let me check here. I'll click here. Okay, people are... That's not what I want. This. Just gonna go here. Okay, is this... Let me just see here. Are you guys hearing the song? Just out of curiosity. Want to know? Okay. So the song is playing? Okay. Cool. So let's start at 0. Thanks, guys, for being here. See myself at the same time. This just reminds me so much of the good old days. Let's put it like this. Yeah. For those that don't know, this is Moscow Nights, which is what we would hear before the top of the hour news broadcast of Radio Moscow in the 80s. That does sound like an old spy movie. Absolutely. Love you guys. Stay safe. And see you next week.